4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, Yorktown, and welcome to tonight's work session town board meeting. It's Tuesday, January 12th, 2021. Let's begin with the pledge. If you can all rise and join me. I pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America,
and to
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And if you join me in a moment of silence as we can continue to pray for our nation and the brave men and women who are standing on the front lines as we combat the COVID-19 pandemic. We also keep in our prayers those who are administering the vaccine that is starting to make its way within our community, our county, our state, and our country. We also keep in mind and we pray for the families of those over 350,000 Americans who have lost their fight with COVID-19. We also, of course, pray for our police, our firefighters, our EMS, and of course, we keep in our prayers the bravest men and women in the world who are protecting our freedoms every single day, serving overseas. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Again, still say Happy New Year.
Sure.
Do introductions quickly. My name is Matt Slater, Town Supervisor for the Town of Yorktown. We're joined tonight by Councilman Tom Diana, Councilwoman Alice Roker, Councilman Ed Lachterman. We have Councilman Vishnu Patel on the phone. We are also joined by our town clerk, Diana Quast, and we also have our town attorney, Adam Rodriguez. We have a very lengthy agenda tonight, so we are going to try to get to it, but the board would like to start with a resolution. A resolution that I want to again thank each member of the town board for working on. It's a resolution condemning the violent acts that were taken on January 6th at the United States Capitol. I'm going to read the resolution. We'll make a motion, and then I believe members of the board have comments they'd like to share. And the resolution is as follows. Whereas the violent attack upon the United States Capitol on January 6th, 2021 will be regarded as one of the most infamous days in the United States history. Whereas multiple lives were lost, including the life of Capitol Hill police officer Brian D. Sicknick. And whereas the United States Department of Justice uncovered no evidence of widespread voter fraud that could change the outcome of the 2020 election. And whereas the United States Congress and Vice President Mike Pence fulfilled their constitutional duty and certified the results of the 2020 presidential election, declaring Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be president-elect and vice president-elect, respectively. And whereas the Federal Bureau of Investigations has received information and issued a warning that an insurrectionist group is calling for storming state government buildings and state and federal courthouses on Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the storming of the Capitol was a horrific assault on our democracy, which has no place in our society. Be it further resolved, every person or entity involved in the attack upon the Capitol needs to be fully prosecuted to the greatest extent of the law. And be it further resolved that the true leadership requires building consensus, not sowing division. And be it further resolved that fomenting the type of vitriol that has been dividing our nation over the course of many years must end. And be it further resolved that the Yorktown Town Board urges all of our residents, neighbors, and fellow Americans to come together to heal this great nation. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution, when approved, will be delivered to the New York State Assembly, the New York State Senate, and Governor Andrew Cuomo. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second from, we have a motion from Councilman Diana, a second from Councilman Patel.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The resolution is passed. I'd like to just share a few thoughts that I had on what we just passed. I saw a meme on social media. I think it was Thursday, the day after, and I watched the just absolutely horrific events unfold in the office of our comptroller on TV on that Wednesday. On Thursday, I saw this meme on social media, and someone posed a question: do you judge someone on their best day, or do you judge them on their worst day? And I really spent time thinking about that over the weekend, especially with everything going on in our country, everything that we have had to overcome over the past year. And for me, I think I judge someone based on how they respond to their worst day, how they overcome those challenges, how they overcome those adversities, how do they respond to that worst day.
Agreed.
January 6th is one of the worst days our country has had in a very, very long time. And the question is, how are we going to respond? How are we as Americans going to respond? I'd like to publicly thank the town board members for passing this important resolution, for working with me on this important resolution, and for showing the importance of consensus. And I really hope that our leaders in Washington are seeing what we're doing right here in the town of Yorktown and what this town board is doing and how we are leading. Because frankly, I think many know there was a time when the politics of the day would dictate our town board meetings.
Mm-hmm.
But this response that this town board has come together around, has rallied around, is measured, it's appropriate, and it puts our town above the rhetoric of the politics of the day. The residents of this town should be proud,
Mm-hmm.
proud that you have a town board that continues to lead, a town board that continues to focus on consensus, and a town board who recognizes, and I'll say for myself at the very least, that we are first and foremost Americans.
Mm-hmm.
You're not first and foremost a political party member. And what happened on January 6th should, I believe, the violence that took place on January 6th should be an offense to all Americans, regardless of your party affiliation. And so again, I think the eyes of the world are upon our great nation. The eyes of the world are looking at how are we going to respond from that worst day. The challenge is upon us. And I think the steps and the resolution that this town board has passed and the steps that we continue to show is exemplary leadership that, again, I hope our colleagues in Washington take note of, and I hope that our residents recognize, acknowledge, and appreciate as much as I do. So to my fellow town board members, thank you, and I welcome other comments from the board.
If I can, Matt, I just want to say that I'd like to also expand that reso to the incidents that occurred throughout the summer and throughout the fall, where countless lives were taken, and also buildings, families, businesses destroyed, and that the people that did that are also held accountable for the things that they did. I think that's it's been a travesty throughout the last several months that these things have occurred, and it has to stop. Bottom line, the attack on Washington, the attacks on the towns and cities and villages
Mm-hmm.
throughout the United States, the countless lives lost, that's something that we and law enforcement have to be allowed to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot be held back. this is a country of law and order. We cannot be like the third world countries where you see these kind of things happen at all times. And that's, I think this just needs to, the Reso also needs to include that, but at least it's said. Thank you.
Councilman.
I'd like to say something. And Tommy, but first I want to talk to you because during the summer, there were two concurrent things going on, which I spoke about then and I'll speak about again. There were people who were demonstrating for Black Lives Matter, like my life. And then at night, there were the criminals.
Right.
The
Correct.
criminals that came out and destroyed particularly small business owners' establishments. And what I said then is what I will say now is that they deserve to go to jail.
That's right.
If they're criminals.
Yes.
They committed a criminal act.
Agreed.
But I do want to thank you, Matt. And I thank all of the members because you know what? There is no political party got to be happy on this one.
Mm-mm.
I think what we've said, what we've talked about is, you know what? We need to acknowledge it. And then we need to acknowledge it and move on. But one thing, I got a call from a woman who worked when I was a town clerk. She worked as an election inspector. And she said, Mrs. Roker, you know if there was widespread voter fraud, the inspectors would have to be the ones it starts there. And I said, I never thought about that. I said, so let me tell you, we've all seen them. You see either 6 or 8 of them at a table. And they're like no result. There's one Democrat and one Republican. And in order for anything to start, it would have to start at that table. And so to get 6 or 8 older people to agree to do something, particularly something that's illegal, would be, I would say, impossible. And if that should occur, there's so many checks that they make during the day. People come in and think all they do is take your name and give you a piece of paper. There's so many different checks they do. And at night, they have to account for each piece of paper that was given to them, in addition to making sure the machine, the number of ballots that went through that scanner correlates with the number of people who came in. And then at the end of the night, they get to lock up their bags. And they bring them back to town hall and they go in. They went in a truck and the truck was accompanied to White Plains by a police officer. So unless you now have the inspectors, the truck driver, the police officer involved in this grand scheme, I don't know how it happened. And you all have come into a polling place, maybe as a poll watcher, so you're permitted to look at everything they had that day. And at the end of the day, at the end of the election, you're allowed to go in and look at everything. And I said, you know what? You people, when I first started, you made less than minimum wage. You now make probably minimum wage for a lot of hours. I will stick up for you. I will stand up for you. And I will say, if you believe it, there's a widespread conspiracy, it would have to start with them, and it doesn't.
Thank you, Councilwoman Roker. Councilman Patel, do you have comments that you'd like to share?
The last one, okay? Never, Councilman, finish.
No problem. Councilman Lachterman?
Sure. And I definitely agree with Councilwoman Roker on the integrity of our election poll places here in Yorktown and Westchester and all. Unfortunately, I think that a door was opened when different states a door was open to suspicion when different states changed their methods of election for the year. And unfortunately, with COVID, there probably wasn't much of a choice. And change always shows resistance, and that's.
I agree. I agree with you.
So,
I agree with you.
where some areas we could be very sure of, some of the changes were not necessarily well thought out in some other areas. That being said, I think it's very important to look at a couple things with this resolution. One is that there should be equal laws across the board. There's one set of laws that fit everyone, and it's really important that the rule of law in our country has that. And
I
we want to
agree with you.
yeah, we want to make sure that people that commit crimes, we have great people like Chief Noble on our side
Going to
helping,
jail.
and that they pay that price. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time, as I used to say.
I agree.
So that's a really important aspect here. And I think the other thing that we all need to make sure that we steer away from. I listened to some of the news, and I must admit I have not been able to watch more than 20 minutes worth of news on any given night for quite a while. I hear everything being politicized. I hear people saying put them on a list, and I think back to McCarthyism, and
Yes.
I think back to when politics and decisions on what is our God-given right and fought for in our constitutional rights in the United States, and that freedom of choice and that freedom to make a decision is now being pigeonholed, and it's almost like a political racism, and it goes on both sides of the coin.
No, it is race. It is. You're right. You're right, Ed.
And I think we need to really steer away from a very dangerous path that our country is on. And as Supervisor Slater said, look at the five of us on this board. We have 4 legislators and 1 executive, and the 4 legislators are split in half. We have diversity in people, we have diversity in politics, and we can agree and make things happen the right way. And it's really, really an essential thing that I think that we need to look at, because I read, even in our local town papers, I read letters to the editor that want to group people and pigeonhole them based on thoughts of other people, and that's a horrendous road for us to go down. And I thank my fellow members of the board for being able to see this and being able to say, hey, let's start to straighten the ship out here, and let's get away from this madness.
Thank you, Councilman Lachterman. Councilman Patel, you wanted to go last.
Yes,
The floor is yours.
I really say, that all the people around the globe cannot get together, but they were looking us at the United States, and something has gone wrong, really, very, very bad in the last 4 years. And I just, it's really sad, one party versus the other, and rich with the poor and all that. And then on top of that, the COVID came, more misery for all the people.
Yeah.
Really, what we think, what we see, and what you do, it has to be in harmony. That will bring back, because look at these, the head of all the armed forces and Joint Chief of Staff and so many different party members now, they are thinking to different way to be able to bring everybody together, because the eagle has a tear in his eyes, really, you can see the Capitol building, I see right now, our son was there at the Capitol, at the White House, and right now he's in Pentagon. Really, he doesn't go to work there anymore because it is done so outside. But this is really difficult. So we have to really defend the Constitution and reject the extremism from both sides or every side, because the country has to come first, and not the bank balance to get rich quick. These are some of the problem has created in a society. So let's work together to make everybody equal, one law for all and same service for all. We cannot destroy the property of individual business owner as well as a national property. Let's get together, make every promise what we say individually or collectively, keep it together and make forward on this very tragic historical event in the national history in the 200 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Well said. And again, I want to thank the board for their incredible leadership again for our town. We're going to go and begin our agenda. I want to apologize, but thank our guests for their patience. We're going to begin with, we have a very special presentation from Thomas, and we have our Chief Robert Noble with us. Thomas, are you there?
He's there.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Thank you for waiting for us. And again, my apologies for the delay, but we're very excited to hear your presentation tonight. I joined our town clerk, Diana Quast, and Councilman Diana when you brought your presentation over to the police department. And I know the public's going to be very excited to hear about it. So if you and Chief Noble wouldn't mind, why don't you tell us about your project?
It's a dedication to all the past and current members of the Yorktown Police Department. It lists the year they started working there and the year they retired, or if they haven't retired yet, the year they started until present. And for those that are retired, their last known rank and or their present rank. There's over, I think, 200 names on it.
I think one of them is Councilman Diana, isn't that right?
Mhm.
That's great. That's fantastic. Chief, I know that I believe it's hanging up on the wall up there over in headquarters, correct?
Absolutely. Good evening, everybody. Thomas, I didn't want to steamroll you, so I want to, say what you wanted to say. But you know what? Thomas worked with Detective Billy Gordonier on this project, and it really is something. It celebrates the history of the Yorktown Police Department. From Mr. Hyatt and Chief Hawk to we've got to find another. We'll be adding some more names this year, I think. With some retirements that may be happening, and we already hired an officer. We got to get a tag up there for Officer Schmelmer, who just joined us. Yep. But again, it's what we've been lucky at the police department to have young adults like Thomas, demonstrate leadership and think of us and do something kind for us. We've had several Eagle Scout projects the last few years that we've been the benefactors of, and it really has been wonderful. We went through a little lag. I can remember when retired Detective Parato's son, did a canine course for us back there on the side of Encon and in that little patch of field. And we had a dry spell for a long time, but now, I've been really blessed to meet, like I said, just talented, thoughtful. I got to compliment Thomas's parents. It was my pleasure to meet Mr. and Mrs. Fraley at the police department that day. They got a heck of a young man there, and like I'll say it all the time, and you all touched upon it in what you said. There's a lot of people, professions being painted with a very broad brush, and to have a young person like Thomas say, hey, I want to do something nice for the Yorktown Police Department, that's going to be there forever. He just left. He left. Thomas, that's your legacy there. It's something that we're always going to enjoy. It's going to be there long after I leave. And again, it's something that the guys stop and look at. And once COVID, once we get this, once we beat this, I'm looking forward to a lot of our alumni, stopping back into headquarters, taking a picture with the board and seeing their name up there. And it's a celebration of our history, and we're just very, very grateful to Thomas. And like I said, I don't know if Billy Gordonier is watching tonight, but I think he made things, as easy as possible. It was a lot of work for Thomas, but to provide him with the necessary, data. And that was a labor of love for Billy as well, because that was almost like a bucket list thing, for us. And we're thrilled. I can't thank Thomas enough.
I actually, our comptroller, Pat Caparel, just sent me a picture. So I'm going to put this up on the screen. I'm going to share my screen real quick.
Excellent. Tell her to send some money too.
Careful. She's always listening.
That's right.
It's a little, I apologize. I just uploaded. It's a little blurry, but you can see
Who's that?
Councilman Diana, and there's the board. And Councilman Diana is pointed to his name. Again, my apologies. It's a little blurry, but that's the board, and it has every. Now, Thomas, can you explain to the folks at home the different colors and what they mean?
Blue is standard patrolman. Gold is detective. Red is sergeant. Silver, I believe, is lieutenant. Black is captain, and chief is white.
You got it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, you did
a heck of a project.
You did a fantastic job. And Thomas, I want to thank you, congratulate you, and I wish you were here with me, but I'm in this room by myself. But I do have here a proclamation from the entire town board recognizing your great accomplishment, obtaining the rank of Eagle Scout, and detailing this great project that you were able to complete for the town of Yorktown. And we'll make sure we get it over to your house so that this way you can add it to your collection of awards and recognitions.
Thank you.
Maybe someday, Tom, your name will be up there. If that's the chosen path of career that you want to take.
You never know.
That's right.
Thank you for recognizing a big component of the town of Yorktown. I look forward to this disease ending or us doing something with it, and my dad being able to get out so I can come and look at your project. Thank you.
Thomas, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thomas,
Thanks again, Thomas.
just real quick, what made you choose to do your project with the police department?
Pat, the city comptroller, is my neighbor, and her husband, Vinny, was cop.
I laughed.
His life.
Her husband was my dare teacher. So my dare.
And my daughter's dare teacher.
Courtney's their teacher too.
And Courtney's probably, and I know Jenna Belcastro, my executive assistant. She the OC was her dare officer as well. So yeah, that's fantastic, Thomas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thomas, I knew about you when you first moved to Yorktown because Miss Pat always talked about your family. He liked your family a lot.
Vinny was Thomas's babysitter in the morning.
Thanks,
Let
Mom.
me
You're
just-
embarrassing him now.
These might be some details we need on the board.
Okay. Councilman
I gotta say, yes. Let me just say the last words for the Eagle Scout. Put me his pictures and hear me. You are Eagle Scout today. You will be Eagle Scout tomorrow, and you will be always Eagle Scout. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Thomas.
Nice job, Thomas.
Great job.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a great night.
You too.
Bye, Thomas.
We'll move along to the next topic of conversation. Chief Noble is going to be hanging out with us for a bit, and we're going to welcome a few guests. We have Sergeant Craig Scatola, Jake Hopstein, who's one of our residents who's been very instrumental in bringing this forward, and John Valarelli, police captain for the MTA. Captain Valarelli, are you with us? I see we have Sergeant Scatola there. Good evening.
Good evening, Supervisor.
How are you? And I saw
Good. Another OC Dare graduate here.
Yeah. Oh, that's too funny. And we have Jay Copstein. Jay, I see you.
Hi, Jay.
Evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
John, Captain Valarelli, are you with us?
Name's up there.
Name's there. I don't know if he's having technical problems. Chief Noble, would you? Oh, I see John starting to come onto the screen. Chief Noble, do you want to introduce the topic for the board and the public, please?
It's our town-wide radio and mobile radio communication. And when I say town-wide, it's the police department and essentially the Department of Public Works, Highway, whoever else is trying to communicate via radio. And I think we've seen with the increase in these storms and outages and just hazardous conditions that we deal with so often these days, that to be able to communicate is critical. If you can't communicate, you have nothing. Our system, unfortunately, is very, very outdated. Back, I believe, it's got to be close to 2 years ago. Maybe 18 months ago, we had presentations to the board, and after those presentations, we did a little more research, and the costs that we were provided with, we thought they were going to be substantially more than what we were quoted. Thankfully, Mr. Copstein introduced me to Captain Valarelli, he's a captain in the MTA police, and he can speak better than I as to what specifically he does for the MTA, but I only know that he is the man insofar as their communications from Albany down to Long Island. And the radio system that he demonstrated and showed to me was just, number one, impressive, and number two, if this can happen in Yorktown, there would be a significant savings to the town without the loss of the ability to communicate, as we should be able to do in 2020. Our radio system, it was probably good in the 80s. It held on in the 90s. Now it's very, very outdated. And to that, Sergeant Scatola, Mr. Copstein, and Captain Valarelli, they can go into greater detail than I. But, I've seen, firsthand some of the rat's nests that we deal with in one of the sheds, in one of the shelters where our systems are, and looking at the maps, the equipment, just state of the art equipment, and the coverage that we should get once the testing is complete. Aside from the cost, it's a win. It's a win-win. It's a winner for Yorktown, and I'm glad we were patient, and we didn't jump, knowing that we needed to do something, but we were just trying to kind of plug in, keep the system up and running while we received an offer like this. Other police departments, I've spoken, I believe 6 police departments have jumped on in Westchester County. I've spoken with 4 of the chiefs personally who called me almost looking for a reference for the system, and they have signed on. What we have to be cautious about, and what the captain can articulate, is we are in between rail lines. You have Hudson and the Harlem lines there, so we want to make sure the coverage is there. And Yorktown, with the 40 square miles, the hills, valleys, and also the ability to communicate in our schools, the mall, the Capellini building, these are all things that are being tested, and I'm very, very optimistic, like I said, that this is going to be a winner for Yorktown. So I'm going to defer to Mr. Copstein or Captain Valarelli if he's able to speak right now, and to Sarge Craig, you can jump in as well.
I think Captain Valarelli's looks like he's having some Zoom issues. So, Mr. Copstein, would you be able to provide a little more detail as to the system and share some of your knowledge with the board and the public?
Okay, the MTA, as everybody should be aware, covers an extraordinarily large area. It goes from Port Jervis in Orange County out to Montauk, up into Connecticut as far as New Haven, with the possibility of going up to Albany if necessary.
Wow.
They've erected sites to cover this in a state-of-the-art trunking system. Without going into the technical aspects of the system, and I'll leave that to Captain Valarelli, we'll talk about what it does for our town. Because the members of the board are familiar with budgets, there are two types of budgets, as we know, the expense budget and the capital budget. Once this system is put into place, the board agrees to it, it will end capital expenses for the town of Yorktown. The entire capital budget will be absorbed by the MTA. Not a total gift. They want access to the tower, I think it was the French Hill Tower.
Okay.
And in order to do that, we would have to give up some of our revenue from that tower. On the expense side of the house, we would have to buy the subscriber equipment, both mobiles and portables. In the short term, the MTA would be able to loan us some equipment so we don't have to buy everything up front immediately. Superintendent Paganelli would be involved with this as well, in as much as his mobile equipment, all of his trucks would be on this. Why is it good for the police department? From a safety standpoint. Many people who are listening may not understand the Yorktown Police Department has responsibilities beyond the boundaries of the town. Our court system for serious crimes is in White Plains. Now, this system covers White Plains. And if our police officers have to go up into one of the adjoining counties, out into Orange County, up into Putnam, they will have coverage on this system. Right now, if they go beyond the reach of our system, they have to rely on cell phones. As just Chief described, cell phones are not always the best way to go. Now, some of you have read about FirstNet and the national broadband system. It's a good system. It's built by AT&T for FirstNet. And all I will say going forward on that is when the building in Nashville, across from Nashville, when that RV blew up and took out that AT&T building, they took down FirstNet as well because they share towers and they share equipment. So cell phones are not the end all. They are not public safety rated. The system that Captain Valarelli is the manager for, the project manager for, is public safety rated. That's important. How am I involved in this? I did emergency communications for the NYPD. I am a vice chair for SAFECOM, which falls under DHS. It's a National Communications Committee.
Right.
So I'm deeply involved with it. And since Captain Valarelli just popped on, if he's still there, let him take it over. John, you there?
No, I think we just saw him pop off. So I think he's still having technical difficulties wherever he is. Would you be able to, Chief Noble or Sergeant Scatola or Mr. Kopstein, in the absence of Captain Valarelli at this point, could you explain to the board what the next steps are for us in this process?
Chief?
Yeah, we're continuing to test the coverage to see what type of mapping we would have and whether it meets the 95% threshold that would need to be met. So first and foremost, we need to see that we have the interoperability, that, and Dave, and his guys do as well. We have to test and make sure that we can all communicate with each other. Once that happens, as to what Mr. Kopstein, said, the space on that French Hill, it's a nominal compared to what we'd be getting. It's a nominal fee. One of the nice parts about this system as well is that there's very little, if any, recurring costs. Whereas if we put our own system up, we'd be looking at anywhere between $25,000 to $30,000 a year in recurring fees in order for the microwave connectivity, I believe. So that's something you're saving, each year. But we've seen the quality of the portable radio that we'd be utilizing to be able to communicate on this system, as well as the mobile radio, the in-car radios and the in-truck radios that Dave would be receiving. And it's a winner. I'll turn it over, Craig. You speak the language a little better than I can. I mean, I came into this, police was my game. Radio communications was something I picked up along the way, and we're all tasked with learning new things. So I've learned quite a bit, but I'll defer to Sergeant Scatola to elaborate a little further on what this system, the benefits of this system can be.
Thanks, Chief, and thank you, Jay. I think you both summed it up very well, and I'm not sure if John's going to be able to join back in. I don't want to steal his thunder from his slide set, but just real quick, the project started, excuse me, I'm looking at my other screen here. The MTA was in a similar boat that we find ourselves in, with an antiquated, non-public safety grade radio system. And that was really the birth of the MRRS, the Mobile Regional Radio System that the MTA put together. They had some specifications similar to what we're looking for, 95% or greater coverage along the MTA's right away, 95% or greater on primary, secondary, federal, state, and county roadways, and 89% onboard train coverage, which for us is a little bit similar to in-building coverage. The system was built out over the last 2 years, and the coverage, without looking at the maps up here, like Jay mentioned, the coverage really is from the tip of Long Island through the 5 boroughs, up the Hudson Valley, up to Port Jervis, and up to Northern Dutchess, where the MTA lines run.
Let me jump in for a minute. I think Captain Valarelli is in the waiting room.
Diana, can you let him in, please?
Is he under just a phone number, or is he just calling in?
Right now, he's calling in.
Yeah.
Is that him there?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, we got it.
I think we hear him. Captain Valarelli?
Yes, sorry, I lost the connection. I was up and then I lost it completely, and my apologies, because
no problem.
I had a presentation for the board, but I first want to thank Jay for the intro, and I want to offer my thanks for the opportunity for the MTA to work with Chief Noble and Sergeant Scatola and we've been doing this from, it's got to be before, about the beginning of COVID, when we really started to work in earnest with the town. A little background, the MTA police coming out of the railroads had a very antiquated single band VHF radio system that had to cover almost 5,500 square miles of our territory. And through some very, very long periods of time and trying to get capital funding allocated, we were allocated quite a sum by the MTA with the clear task of going out and building a complete system throughout the entire MTA's jurisdiction in New York, for the express purpose of, first and foremost, providing the MTA police with a reliable public safety grade radio system. And then secondarily, the charge from our former chairman of the MTA, Tom Prendergast, was go out and seek the counties as partners, because we can only be as good as working with the counties who we work with normally in the MTA. And we did that initially and secured great agreements with Suffolk County and Orange County. But as we started to build, we were pretty much on our own. We went live on our system this time last year, and it has been extremely successful for us. Our build from a budgetary perspective was $41 million contract to L3 Harris Corporation to design 65 sites and 2 separate controlling systems, giving some much needed redundancy in the system. We also had a secondary contract with Lend-Lease to build a series of monopoles on MTA property. And if you can remember, there was and I'm a Westchester resident, so we had a run-in with the village of Tarrytown, and that went to the governor's office, and we put up a 150-foot tower on railroad property, and immediately within a month had to take it down, and so that was an experience for us. But our work with the local agencies has been critical for us. We found that I'd say the biggest thing was that we were all in the same boat. So in our contract requirements, we required what we considered 95% or greater portable coverage along our railroad right-of-way. And that was important because of our primary responsibilities. The second was a more wider requirement of 95% for mobile coverage along primary, secondary, federal, state, and county roadways. In the case of Westchester, the coverage was beyond our expectations because we exceeded both portable coverage and mobile coverage to near 98% on each. We had a specific standalone requirement only by us of in-train coverage that we set the bar much lower at 89%. We met it at 90%. And then the project requirements, as I said earlier, was to create both the sharing of infrastructure and interoperability amongst our regional first responder partners. I wish I could show you the coverage maps that show you the extent of our mobile and portable coverage, but I will hard copy this presentation to you so that you can review this at a later time. I am aware, and I'm aware, Board, that of Yorktown's requirements are very much the same as some of our other system partners, and an equal sized community in Eastchester, I would say, where, as Chief Noble had stated, you spend a lot of time getting bids from contractors and subcontractors to try to replace your system. And it really, when we found those numbers, I didn't think that they were even close to what the reality was. And then the need for public works. Most public safety, and Jay and I come from I'm on SACOM also, and we come from a different mindset that looks at public safety as inclusive of those public works and DPW departments, because, and it really matters most at your level, at the local communities, where they're integrated as one, whether it's barricades, whether it's salting the road, whether it's sanding, whether it's plowing, their responsibilities and the coordination we know is so important. So what we've done in offering this system to the outside agencies is it's not just for public safety, police, fire, and EMS. We also make it available for DPW's, public works, highway departments that are part of governmental entities.
That makes sense. And I know that we've talked about this in our previous conversations. If my memory serves me correctly, and if it's changed, let me know. But from an action item standpoint, we were talking about a timeline that you needed the town board to take certain actions, I think by next month. Is that still accurate, or has that timeline?
No, to keep on our phase 2. So here's where it becomes beneficial. In the course of our phase 2 contract, we have to get 2 things done. We need to execute our leases through the MTA real estate department on our selected sites.
Okay.
And also get a change order into our contract, the base contract, to our procurement department. And it's large enough that it's going to require board action. So to be able to get this system through the MTA board for a March board approval, we need to get those licenses done as soon as possible. So we were hoping to try to execute something, this month, early February.
Okay. So when you say executing, what is, I guess if we could be a little bit more specific, what we're requesting the town, what action would you like the town board to take by the end of the month?
So in your base lease with Crown Castle, specifically at French Hill, there is a $1,000 pass-through that would have been built into the nearly $3,500 a month in recurring rent that would go from us through Crown directly to the town. In conversations with the chief and Sergeant Scatola, I had said, our attorneys at the MTA said, if we can get that waived by the town and Crown knows this is coming, that would be great. That'll take $1,000 off of it. Now, on the flip side of this, many agencies that want to come to the system, we look for a quid pro quo. There's a cost structure to participate in just to help offset. But if a local government can work a benefit between the two of us, that recurring cost goes to zero.
Cap, can I jump in?
Yeah, Chief.
Yes.
In your PowerPoint that we can't see, give them your number and give them the number that you estimate those other, the other proposals that we received. You got it right in there in your PowerPoint.
Right.
Show the disparity between the price.
So I'm giving you.
Hold on.
Councilman, hold on 1 second. Let Captain Valarelli finish, and then you can ask your questions.
So,
thank you.
Based on our coverage and working with the engineers from L3 Harris, we estimated it would take 4 trunked radio sites to cover the town of Yorktown.
Okay.
The cost for the design build, which I use the exact same numbers that came from our contract with 2015 prices built in, was $4.993 million. The cost to operate and maintain the system, including fiber optic backhaul, site leases, and an annual maintenance of a trunked radio system, would have been about $586,000.
Is that annually?
That would have been the 586 would have been an annual estimate for your O&M, for the operation and maintenance in your operating budget.
Now get to the MTA proposal.
So, and let's just be clear, that is not your proposal. I just want to, since we don't have the PowerPoint, I just want the board to be clear, and I want the public to be clear that is not Captain Valarelli's proposal.
A very basic question: is this a private running company or they run by the MTA? Number 2 is a microwave. This thing has to be understood with the technical benefits. And again, we have a 4 antenna or 5 in the town. Can we use that one just to meet only our own town's need?
We use fiber because of the amount of sites and the difference in the terrain throughout the Hudson Valley and Long Island. The determination was made that it would have been impractical to build microwave between each, and so we opted to contract with Altice, former Cablevision, who built a complete fiber infrastructure for us with no capital costs, no capital funding, zero. They built a system for us, and we pay recurring fees off of a New York City contract, which averages about $650 per circuit. So to that end, and we did look at every, Craig, remind me, I think we looked at 5 or 6 sites, and we engineered it down to 2 plus the sites that we had built would provision the coverage. So,
yeah,
and here's the thing: we're coming forward, and we are willing to pay almost $1.8 million to build the 2 sites that are going to benefit both agencies. I mean, we're ready to go, and that decision was really predicated on we were looking for sites. We had found some holes in our coverage, and we found an agency in the YorkTown Police that was one of the most exceptional partners that an agency that we could have. So we went forward with a site at Piano Mountain, which is just over the border in Putnam County, just north of Shrub Oak, and French Hill, were the 2 sites that were determined to provide the most amount of coverage for the town.
And instead of 4.8 million, what was your cost? What was our cost?
Thank you. Yeah. What's the cost?
Zero.
No. It's $902,000.
Well,
please.
Less than what we were told.
All right. So instead of 4.9, we're looking at 902K. And what's the O&M?
0.
We'd have depending on how we'd set the system up, we're looking at a recurring cost of about $7,800.
$10,000, we'll say, in O&M rather than 586. Sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Exactly.
Can I ask the chief a question?
Yes. Of course.
You talked about testing the system in Yorktown. Talk to me about that. How many sites did you test? How did you go?
So we came in and spent a day's worth of effort with my program team to test every one of the schools, the community center. Trying to think what else did the police headquarters. Craig, what else did we test out?
We tested 10 locations, Capellini Community Center, various schools, the JV Mall, and a couple other critical infrastructure key resource locations that I prefer not to name specifically. But needless to say, the performance during the March testing pretty mediocre, to be honest with you, but that was to be expected. We weren't expecting stellar performance because the system is not built up in this area. What we need to do, if this is going to work, is to allow the MTA to build the site out at French Hill. Again, you're talking about a nominal cost, $1,000 a month of revenue that the town doesn't have already. So you're looking at $12,000 a year of giving that cost to get on the system, and the build out at Piano Mountain is beneficial for us because it overlooks the entire north end of Yorktown without actually being in Yorktown. So the land lease agreements for Piano Mountain give us the full benefits with virtually zero involvement from Yorktown. You get the benefits from the site without having to give up any revenue from the site.
Right. So the $1,000 is a pass-through. So that's not something that we're going to be. Is that something that we're eating?
The only thing the town would be eating is the $1,000 a month revenue that from Crown Castle that the town's not getting right now anyway because there's nothing up there. The town would basically say, we'll give up $12,000 a year. We'll waive the rent the MTA would have to pay through Crown Castle and Yorktown in order to jump on the system. So for $12,000 of revenue that we don't have, this is the two proposals that we initially got from the two different vendors and subcontractors, we're in the neighborhood of $788,000 to $986,000. That was proposed to the town board about 2 years ago in November of 2018.
I remember that.
February of 2019. So let's call it $900,000 on the high end. Like Captain Valerelli said, we've looked at those numbers and we think one of two things will happen. If we went with either one of those proposals, either the costs are going to skyrocket,
Right.
or the system's going to be built out to those numbers, and it's not going to be public safety grade. We've looked at real build numbers, and we can't expect to get something that is a 2021 grade, public safety grade system for $900,000. That's just for the system. It's just not going to happen. Again, using the captain's numbers, you know, the real number should be almost $5 million. So we're looking at less than $1 million versus a real life number that's $4.9 million.
Well, for me, it represents more than that, just a number. It's a shared service now.
Yep.
It's 100% shared service. As an advocate of interoperability and someone who, you know, lives and breeds interoperability at the local level, it's 100% that. You know, in a town like this, when a storm comes through, like it did in August, I believe, with Isai or some of these other storms, or you know, even Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, the windstorm that came through, we work hand in hand with the highway department. We work hand in hand on water main breaks and at town facilities, and we interoperate with all these other agencies around us on a daily basis. We see this as the future. We see this as a one-time opportunity to get on a system that is truly state-of-the-art. There's nothing like it in the area at the moment that we could even compare it to. So again, the town would be looking at giving $12,000 of revenue that it doesn't have at the moment. The buy-in, we're looking at about $902,000 for subscriber equipment, with really very little recurring cost. And to be honest with you, I haven't seen anything that would come close to that for us to try to do it on our own. And that's a total solution for the entire public works of the town of Yorktown and the police department.
Matthew, if I may,
Yes, Copsey.
you have a couple of other issues that are beneficial besides the shared services that Council Member Roker mentioned. There may be grant money under shared services, both from the county and the state, that might offset some costs. When you take a look at task force operations, I'm going to go into ICS and incident management for a moment. In order to effectively and efficiently manage a storm, you need to have task force operations. It's a distinct advantage for safety and efficiency to be able, for all police officers at the scene of a road closure, to be able to talk to Dave's people and move equipment and the like, and prevent people from getting hit by motorists who don't understand what it means to slow down.
Right.
Where has this been done before? Right now, if we take a look at Florida and California, they have significantly put their, in California, Caltrans, and in Florida, their public works into these programs, because in Florida, you've got storm cleanup and evacuation.
Right.
California, you had the people who cut those fire lines were driving bulldozers. They worked for Caltrans, and they had to be able to talk to both fire and police to do that effectively. So this is the way to go in the future.
I agree.
And as far as what Councilman Patel brought up, right now the Yorktown Police Department is on VHF. You get a little bit of range, but less penetration. The system that Captain Valerelli, program manager for, gives you better penetration. That's why they need the towers. But you will have better access in areas where you don't get them now with the VHF system.
I think it's a no-brainer. I really do. Adam Rodriguez, can you just anything that you need from your standpoint, from the legal side, so that we can move this forward?
No, I mean, I'll touch base offline and, we can get the ball moving.
And then, again, I just want to reemphasize from Captain Valarelli's standpoint, we're looking at a window of about 4 weeks. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts from the board on this? Or?
Yeah,
I have a copy of, the presentation.
I think 2 years ago when we talked about this, and I don't know that those companies gave us a price.
The
It
price
was
that,
millions.
yeah, the price, was underbid. The captain, was very, I mean, it's unfortunate that you can't see him tonight because he's just been a pleasure to deal with, and he knows. I mean, like he explained this in painstaking terms as to how it was underbid. I also
I believe
actually attended. There was a consortium meeting. I went with the prior supervisor Gilbert over in Bedford and met with the county and other North County agencies, about some type of consortium. And that never went anywhere. And I also spoke to someone else who I was fortunate enough with, who's involved in a county project, who was kind enough to say, Bobby, the price you're getting, it's not all there. It's going to be significantly more. So, he basically said, buckle up for that. So to have the opportunity to meet with the captain and again, do business with the MTA, like I said, it was clear to me that it's a win-win. It's something that my police officers, sorely need, that the public works, Dave's people, they would benefit by it. But the biggest beneficiaries of this system would be the people who live in Yorktown, do business in Yorktown, and depend on the Yorktown community to remain safe for their families, for their business, and for communication is the key with anything. So, like I said, I'm excited to have a project like this where you have some control over the costs, and you have a partner, like the MTA and like the captain, who want to be in business with police departments and townships like ours.
Well, and the partner has been around a long, long time.
Yeah.
Mr. Supervisor, if I may,
Yes, Mr. Kopstein.
I don't want to. I'm going to throw something out there that Captain Valarelli may not be able to put out. There is discussion with other departments in northern Westchester that haven't reached this far. And I think in the future, you're going to see more of our neighbors jumping onto this.
Oh, absolutely.
And not only is this a benefit for them, it's another safety feature for our police officers, because when you have an incident that's on the border, you'll be able to talk to those agencies seamlessly.
Well, Jay, I want to thank you for introducing us to Captain Valarelli. Thank you.
And I also want to let the board know that our comptroller and I have had several conversations about this, along with Chief Noble and Sergeant Scatola, and she is fully on board with the expenditure of the dollars, considering what the alternative is. It is part of the capital improvement plan that we've already put together for this coming year. So I just want to reassure the board that our comptroller is fully engaged in this conversation as well. Okay, so then we'll
You're gonna throw our hands up at us.
You won't throw.
I'm done.
I'm done.
So what I'll say is this: we'll work with Adam to put the necessary documents together and the necessary resolutions for the town from the town board standpoint, and hopefully we'll be able to move this forward as quickly and expeditiously as we can to meet Captain Valarelli's timeline. But I think it's great. I really want to thank Mr. Kopstein. I want to thank, of course, Chief Noble and Sergeant Scatola and Captain Valarelli for bringing this great opportunity to the town.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you all four of you.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Appreciate it. I know
You're
I
welcome,
did.
man.
I did get a chance to see one of the portables. Sergeant Scatola had shown it to me the other day when I had stopped at police headquarters, and they're impressive. A darn sight better than I had when I was there.
Tom,
And-
you carried a brick.
I did. You're absolutely right, Jay.
The one that Sergeant Scatola had were an older generation. What you're going to see coming down the pike now is significant improvements and have the ability to have LTE built into them at the same time.
He was explaining that. Yeah, that's all pretty cool stuff and very interesting. But you're 100% right. We were carrying a brick at that time. It's funny you say that. We used to call them the bricks. You're right.
Tommy, I thought you carried a blanket and a lighter and some brushwood to communicate back when you were a cop.
No,
I upgraded. We went to 2 cans and a piece of string. But other than that,
Excellent. Thank you all very much again. We really appreciate you bringing this to the town. We're excited about it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you
You're
very much
welcome.
for your
Thank you,
support.
everyone.
Boy, there's a lot of familiar faces coming up. I might stick
Oh, yeah,
around for this next one.
I know all of these people.
You gotta watch out for a couple of these guys.
Stick around. This will be a fun one.
Popped in.
they're infamous.
I know you peoples.
We want to again thank our previous guests and welcome our next topic of conversation. We are having a comprehensive discussion about the proposed overlay districts for the town of Yorktown, and we're thrilled to welcome members of the planning board and the zoning board to join the town board in this discussion.
Good night, guys. Thanks.
Chief, thank you very
Good night,
much.
Chief. Good night, Jay.
Bye.
You well.
Night.
Night, Jay. Thank you very much, Mr. Copstein. Always good seeing you.
Thank you. Be well.
Thank you.
Same to you, Jay.
I want to thank members of the planning board who had a meeting themselves last night for joining us tonight. We have also with us our director of planning, John Tegeder. There's a fly that's going to land on my head, and I'm going to look like the vice president. There's director of planning, John Tegeder, our town planner, Robin STINBERG, with us as well. As I guess, John, if you want, just as a leeway, we've been talking about these overlay districts for quite some time. We have proposed.
Matt, I'm sorry. Let's just recognize from the zoning board, Gordon Fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did.
I'm here.
Sorry, Gordon. Thank you so much. And we have individuals from the planning board as well. We have with us the chairman of the planning board, Richard Fahn. We have with us Rob Garrigan, Willie Lascala, and Aaron Bach from the planning board. And again, thank you all for joining us this evening. So this topic of conversation, and this is something that we wanted to do together, was about the proposal for the overlay districts for both the Heights Hamlet, specifically for the 118 corridor, as well as for Jefferson Valley. And so our planning department has been working tirelessly on the legislation. And although it would be referred out to your individual boards as part of the referral process, we thought it would also be very beneficial for us to have a conversation with the town board about the proposal to get your feedback and see if we can make sure that it's the best piece of legislation that we can put forward. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Tegeder and Robin STINBERG to see if they want to add anything before if we want to talk about the legislation, any additions to it, and then we can begin a conversation or dialogue with our guests.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess the only thing I'll add is a very short description of what this is about. I'm sure many of you or all of you have heard much about it before, but just so we're all reminded, basically this is legislation that establishes certain districts in the town. Right now we're considering parts of Yorktown Heights and portions of Lake Osceola, Jefferson Valley, and that one is really parcels that are around the lake. And what it does is it allows flexibility in the zoning, and it allows flexibility in the allowed uses. So for instance, in Yorktown Heights, on some commercial properties and or residential properties, you will be able to see a mix of commercial and residential use on the same property. You may be able to see some residential use being allowed on commercial property, and you may be able to see some commercial use being allowed on residential property. Again, it is districts, so there are boundaries to them. We do have maps that we did send around to everyone. They came out a little late today, and I apologize for that, but you do have them. And so this will be under the authority of the planning board. It'll work, similar to our clustering ordinance in that, the bulk requirements and some density and use allowance will be able to be flexibly looked at by the planning board in order that they're able to choose and develop on the particular site the very best type of development that they're able to, that we're able to actually get. And that is really the description in a couple of sentences. I don't know if it's worthwhile to go further than that, unless people want to, ask questions in the rolling discussion that I think that we're probably about to have. So,
Do you want to show just from the public standpoint, do you want to show the maps? Are you able to do that, Robert?
Share the screen.
Can you see this is the Yorktown Heights map?
Yeah.
So we've included from the triangle around down Commerce Street to Underhill, around Town Hall. This is the Soundview property. And then up 118, this is the Cablevision here. So this is the vacant bank property and some properties that are along this right-of-way that we still own. And then this is the Wyant, Roma, and the two commercial buildings next to that.
And the Triangle Center is a new addition that since the last time we've seen, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Great.
May I ask a question with that still up?
Sure.
Yes.
Can you tell me why you chose the areas you chose?
I can, and Robin can, anything that I miss can fill in.
Okay.
So obviously the middle of town, we have a lot of vacancies. And for instance, the Kmart shopping center we know has two very large vacancies. One has been there for 12 to 15 years without any use. The Triangle Shopping Center we know has had some plans that they have shown us recently. And by recently, I mean in the last, I would say 1.5 years or so, concept plans that they have. And so they are looking to recapitalize and refit that center. They also own the property that has Maria's Pizza. So they do have additional flexibility. The Roma building in Wyant, as everyone knows, has been in. The Wyant does have an approval. The Roma building, we still think is active. We haven't seen them in a number of months. But we understand that they are still interested in pursuing a development that they have, which would have required certain zoning variances and or a rezone. The Cablevision area, including the bank site that's been approved but yet to be built, that is obviously ripe for a refit. They were brought into the discussion during the Roma and Wyant review. They feel that they want to do some things and are willing to cooperate with some ingress and egress modifications.
Right.
It also brings into play the potential of that using that right of way, which would come down where the trail is now and be right across from Downing. That is a part of a very old effort in a number of comprehensive and master plans and has been on the table for quite a while. And so the center of town also, has some potential and we think would benefit from some flexibility. Part of the reasoning is that the retail landscape is kind of this post-Amazon evolving situation, and retail is in a very different situation than it was just a number of years ago. And as you come around, we have a portion of the Front Street area that is really kind of the head of the snake, so to speak, in which they have some retail portions there. The Yorktown Highway Garage, of course, is in it. Some of the areas there we think would benefit and be part of the Yorktown Heights. We are also looking at having a separate district with some separate requirements that will be on the Front Street area from that border that you see there to the south. And then as you come around, we have the Soundview, the former Soundview property, and we put that in there because at the time we started thinking about this, we knew that Soundview was going out of business and would be selling it, which they have subsequently sold it. So that was there to anticipate that it may benefit from some flexible look at what can go in there in terms of, since it's such an iconic property, some of the things that you'll see in the legislation, for instance, list some desires of the town in terms of saving unique buildings, some cultural heritage and things like that. And certainly the Soundview property has some of that, some of those issues that go along with that. So that is the basics of why we selected it.
Okay, I just have one statement and then another question. And the statement is, I would not like planning board to process an application at the highway garage.
Right. Well, there would have to be an applicant that would come to them, which would be the town.
That would be, I would have a problem with that. The planning board cannot process any applications under this law until we have adopted the regulations. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Can I ask you a question now, John?
Yes.
This is also to the town board. The land is owned by the town at the highway garage, right?
That's correct.
If any kind of sale, anything else upon, the entire town should know what is in there and who is going to own it. If LLC or something, let the public know, which LLC, why they are afraid of giving their name. This kind of issues will impact, because once you sell the town land to a friend, town cannot buy it ever again with no matter how much money you have.
Yeah. Are you talking about the Yorktown Highway Garage?
I think we should be clear though that right now there's no sale of the Yorktown Highway Garage, nor is there a proposal regarding the Yorktown Highway Garage. I think what John and Robin are showing us are the boundaries of the district, which would naturally, now correct me if I'm wrong, John, but you also have is that Richard Place that it's going down on Front Street?
Yes.
Right. So I think that's the whole point, though, is that John is just showing the boundaries and explaining why he lumped these pieces on Front Street in, as well as with other parts of the Heights Hamlet. But to be clear for the board and the public, that there's no proposal to sell or no one's made a proposal to purchase the land for that the highway garage is currently on.
And nor can the planning board approve some site plan on their own without an owner or applicant initiating that.
Correct.
So.
Very good. John, is there anything else you want to point out on? I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that, because I don't want the public to get a misunderstanding that with regards to the highway garage, that there's any type of plan right now to either relocate it or sell it, because there's not. So I just want to make sure we're very open and clear about that.
Thank you.
John, you also added unique buildings.
Yes.
And we've identified those. They include
correct.
322 Underhill Avenue, which is a Spadesha Insurance building. It includes
Correct.
360 Underhill Avenue, which is former home of Edward Keir, aka the Grace Building. We have Town Hall, We have the Coldwell Banker Building at 366 Underhill. You've got the Captain Underhill House at 370 Underhill. You've got several on Commerce Street, 1803, 1807. You've got 1811 as well, and 1826, which is the Yorktown Heights Railroad Station. Any others that you want to put? And of course, the Capellini Center is considered a unique building. So as a unique building, do you want to explain to the public what that means?
Sure. It means any building that we've identified, subjectively, of course, but subject to the approval of the town board. We identified buildings that we felt had some historic character, historic importance, or some architectural character that we felt lent to the Yorktown Heights, a pleasant designs and things that should be promoted and sort of looked at with an eye towards keeping that flavor with new buildings, but also maintaining those buildings to the greatest extent that you can, in order to keep the unique character of Yorktown Heights. So,
and it states in the legislation that the intention is to require that all project plans retain original features of the buildings, including window type and configuration, front entries, storefronts if applicable, and identifying decorative details, including those that provide a historical reference to the original use of the building.
That's correct.
It's stated within the legislation.
Yes, right there.
And again, this is this idea is if the applicant wants to avail themselves of the flexibility that you can be afforded through the use of this law, the town has some things in there that would be advantageous for us to either maintain or have enhanced, such as, the architecture of some of these buildings and so on and so forth. So it's, promotes a little bit more of a cooperative partnership with applicants and developers.
I also want to just make a point, and I'm glad it's in here, that the 370 Underhill Avenue, which is the Captain Underhill House, this is, correct me if I'm wrong, John, this is the main house on the Soundview property?
That's correct.
States completed in 1881, the Captain Underhill Manor and Estate. The estate was most recently used by the Soundview Preparatory Private School. Prior to the school, the farmhouse was used by the Gilbert Beaver Conference Center. So we do list that building as one of the unique buildings within the Heights District.
That's correct.
Great. Before we move on, I just want to bring in our friends from the Planning Board and the Zoning Board, and I want to hear your thoughts and your questions. And again, I want to take it step by step. So regarding the Heights Hamlet that you see in front of you and the legislation pertaining to the Heights Hamlet, I'd like to hear your thoughts. And no particular order, whoever has commentary, please feel free to jump in.
I don't have my particular thoughts on the districting. I think it's a good idea. I had a question when I was reading through the definitional section.
Okay.
And where you have live, work, unit space. The question I had is, if you're opening this up to a mixed use where you have residential and commercial in the same building, and you say that the residential space can be used by the employer or the employee in their household, the question I have is, I think you might be opening that up to what you may end up with is somewhat of a boarding house, even because you can't really control what the word household means. And if you start saying that the owner of the commercial space can have his employee live there, you can end up basically housing all of his employees in that space.
Okay.
We would give it more of a boarding house look than a residential look.
Which obviously is not the intent.
Right, but it could be the result.
Yeah, understood. And this is why we want to have these conversations with you, because you can provide a great perspective that we haven't thought of. John, any thoughts on Gordon's comment?
I mean, yeah, I'd like to work on it with him and just make sure that the definition, because I agree, we don't want to have wording in here that gets us something that we haven't anticipated, and certainly not something that is undesirable. So happy to look into tweaking that language so it's stronger and more effective.
Don, are you looking at something like a painter having a studio in that same space?
Yeah, I think that's the most typical of what you hear out in the world now when they make reference to live workspace. Right. But certainly, you know, these things can be sometimes, for lack of a better term, misused. So, and I wouldn't want that to happen. So I certainly am in favor of of clarifying that language and making it much more clear.
Great.
I have a comment. I think that some of this large vacant space here, we desperately need a new town hall. And we should explore putting the town hall in some of these large vacant spaces like the old Kmart or whatever, or even the Soundview School. We're in the ancient history when we come to our town hall. It's a disgrace.
We're moving forward on that facilities assessment. We'll be bringing that back to the public. And one of the things within that facilities assessment is going to be a review of the town hall, as well as potential designs of what a new town hall could look like, if a space design, very basic. But in regards to your point, Willie, I understand what you're saying. There's definitely enhancements that need to be made that I think we can all agree on. It just comes down to the cost. I mean, to be able to relocate us, and that's what we need to get our hands around before we can move anything forward. And so, you know, to go approach, Kmart, the YorkTown Green, for example, you know, we would have to purchase that property from the landowner, and then construct, you know, a new facility there if that's what we were wanting to do. So it's just also understanding the cost associated with the purchase and also the design and then the construction for that facility. But I don't think anyone's denying the fact that Town Hall can use some modernizations as well.
You know what? We're not so lucky as Cortland, Bill. Cortland was smart enough to find that vacant school. And now the whole town is in that spot.
That's right.
And that would be great for us to find something like that.
What's the thing about eminent domain? Can you just say, I give you $1 for the and you own it?
No, Matt, there's on the other side of town, there's a small shopping center that maybe we should.
Oh, thank you.
Well, we have a lot of vacant schools now.
We do.
Sure.
They're all
because of COVID. Because of COVID, they're all empty.
Okay. I'm slow.
Yeah.
Have a coffee, Alice.
I have a couple of comments, Supervisor, if I may.
Yeah, please.
I commend the board on its effort to implement these districts and the flexibility that it provides to the planning board. I think it's something we sorely need. Even after a short period of time on the board, I can see that the vision going forward that this legislation represents is really long-term. It's going to have a positive benefit on the town, and it's going to allow changes to take place. We were discussing last night at our planning board meeting an application for a new hotel across the street from the Albert Cappellini Center. That building that's there is identified as a unique property on your list, and I'm not sure how that is going to go forward with the applicant's proposal at this point. But one of the longer term issues that were raised yesterday evening was how we handle parking for sites like this, where we do not supply, requisite parking in the community. So I think there has to be some way of bringing some parking solutions to create a downtown that this legislation envisions. One that's walkable, one that's not dependent on automobile traffic, and that has a different feel, a village community feel that we've been lacking all these years. So I think this is a great first step. I'm looking forward to working on the planning board to see this come to fruition and implementation. And I would urge the board to consider some of the bigger issues about, our dependence on automobiles needs to be addressed and worked on and minimized. And I also just want to mention the green energy component I think is great to have in here.
Yeah.
I think that's all wonderful stuff.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, we're very excited about that as well. I just can we explore that parking comment just a bit more with you and John and other members of the board? So how would you, just based on your experience and I understand the hotel application was before you last night. but how would you write that into? Do you have a recommendation or suggestion of how to write that into the proposal?
One of the things I think needs to be done is you need to look at what's out there and what's available in terms of parking. If you've got very large parking lots on existing sites like Kmart that are not fully used, those are opportunities to implement some of the flexibility here and create a different kind of shopping center. One that doesn't have acres of parking lots just for it, but might be scattered about in ways that become accessible in the community. I'm not sure what the answer is. I'm just hoping that we have the tools to try to develop some of these solutions. And I know that some of this is beyond the jurisdiction of the planning board because it entails things that only the town board can do. So I think it's going to be a continuing effort as we go forward to try to deal with some of these things. But we really need to see what's out there and what kind of planning we can do. And I'm thinking longer term than just a couple of years. You know, this vision is going to take a while to come in.
It will. I think we all recognize that, but we're just trying to take that first step. You know, that's old saying. What's the old saying? Journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. So, this is that
first step.
This is the first step that we're trying to take. But I just want, and John Tegeder or Robin, if you want to just jump in on the parking issue that Aaron's raised, is there language that we include? I mean, John, you and I have had conversations about parking, about how we would love to see, the less parking in the front of these buildings. And so the frontage is right up on the streets and the parking is in the back of these buildings and they can be interconnected. But I don't know if we want to include that in legislatively, or does that come as part of the site plan review process? Or do we put it in a purpose and intent statement in regards to parking?
And Matt, if I could just throw a little more into what's going to be this thought process here, and I think the comment tonight was made about mixed use, and Gordon brought up a great point there, and I think back to last week's meeting, I think it was Carmine Fursey was talking about like the project proposed for over by the Soundview School, and then you also look at what the original proposal for the Roma building and the Wyant property coming in. Part of the parking situation gets better with mixed use and walkability within town.
I agree.
So, I don't know if there's, I don't know if there's a legislative part to write into it versus having to look at the evolution and see how it goes. I think it's great to put it on the radar, but I don't know if it's a definitive thing at this point, because what happens to the parking if it's mixed use? I don't know if it's appropriate to put the legislation in to handcuff it or not, to see where it goes, to be able to have, once again, that flexibility that we're looking for in this whole overlay district. And I think, the conversation rotated a lot around that last night with the hotel about the parking and what are the options, what's available, what's out there. So,
John, what are your thoughts?
Well, in 300-254, paragraph 2, it goes through. I'll paraphrase it a little bit.
Yep.
And it starts out, in the course of project site plan review, as required by this article in SECRA, the planning board may vary the zoning requirements as to, and it goes on a whole host of things, which include, among others, parking regulations, off-street parking, and loading spaces. Then it goes on later on in the paragraph to say, provided that the planning board shall determine that such variations are in the public interest and necessary in order to foster high-quality development and redevelopment and are in compliance with the general purpose and intent of this chapter, and will ensure compatibility with uses on adjoining properties. And then it limits any of those variations to 60% of the requirements. So the flexibility is built in there in this law.
Councilwoman Roker, question?
If we gave, and now this is stupid, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Every time I look at a large parking lot, it's saying, everybody come and park here. if we did, if we started not creating as much parking as we have done in the past, do you think that that might encourage walkability?
Yeah, I think it will. And I do think it will. You have to do it in a master plan way. So you have to think it out as to where someone will be able to drive to the area, conveniently park, and then, take a convenient walk. It can't be that long. Some people will come and walk to their heart's content, but it has to be fairly convenient. There's a balance there, and there is a line, and it's a matter of striking the right balance, really. But yes, I do. Through those things, you do promote more walking.
I asked that question because Uber is a big business. People will call Uber in a second. So if they thought they might not get a parking spot somewhere, they might be encouraged to not bring their car.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out. Just thinking.
No. I think, Alice, excuse me, Councilwoman Roker, I think you're right that, we've evolved a lot as a society since the last time we did something like this, I think. And so obviously, ride sharing wasn't a thing, the last time, some of these larger properties were either, developed or redeveloped. So yeah, I think that would definitely have an impact on the walkability and people's choices on how they traverse to and from, these areas. I want to ask our planning board chairman, Mr. Fallon, if he has any thoughts or comments about the Heights Hamlet proposal.
I think as Aaron Bach said, I think it's really is a great first step. And I do give you guys kudos for putting this together. And I also agree with the parking. We have these seas of asphalt out there. Yeah. And, especially when you start to look at some of these plans from the GIS mapping, it really is something else that we think we don't have enough parking. I know there's other municipalities in Westchester that have approved projects with zero parking, and I look to my daughters too. When they go out now, they don't want to drive. It's a very different day than it was, I think, years back. So I do think we have to look at that. And we had this really nice application in front of us last night. And, when you look at what their struggles were, one being parking in an area where surrounding them at the times where they would be busy, you have these vacant spots all over the place. It just seems counterproductive. So I like the language that John and Robin put into this. And again, I can't say enough about John and Robin, Nancy, and their crew. It's a great office. I'm very lucky to have them. But I think this is gonna help us move forward.
I guess I just want to make sure, and I guess one of the purposes of our conversation here is one, to make sure that there are no unintended consequences, which I'm so glad Gordon brought that to our attention. So genuinely thank you. But also just, from an implementation standpoint, because these applications are going to be coming to you. And so when you're thinking about the applications that you've seen and that you continue to see, how does this help or hinder that process that you all are engaged in? And I know we have Bill Gregory,
that's what I was
a wealth of information, himself, a member of the zoning board. I don't know, Mr. Gregory, I see that you're on mute, but I don't know if you have any thoughts or comments on what we're discussing, but of course we welcome them and as well as your experience here in the community.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. I'm sorry. Thank you, Matt. No, I think this is a wonderful first step. Obviously, when you start to talk about parking, we have to understand that all the parking that's out there right now is on private property.
Right.
So one of the things that we have to be aware of is when we start to talk about incorporating parking on a site that doesn't have parking, we also have to be aware where we're going to find that parking is going to be on other private property. So we have to start to include in that dialogue people that own parking lots.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that I was thinking about was that one of the things that we may have to look at a little bit more clearly is there's a section in the code, in the proposed code, that basically talks about fenestrations, the types of materials that you can use on the outside of a building. And we're starting to get a little bit into building code issues. So we just have to be aware of that.
Can you elaborate on that a bit when you say building code issues?
When you start to talk about the types of buildings and the types of occupancies that are starting to build, there are certain combustible and non-combustible requirements for the exterior sidings of buildings, and that comes out of the state code.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just something that we probably should look at when we start to talk about preferences for exterior sidings.
Okay.
I think what you're talking about is you're talking about wood and brick.
Yep.
Language. There are certain ones that are indicated as being not looked at nicely. Okay. But I guess what I'm saying is that some of that may become an issue with building codes in terms of the type of building, the size of the building, type of occupancy. So you just got to look at that.
Yeah. Do you think that, do you think that should be spelled out in this, or is that more from?
I think it's just something that you have to look at in terms of how your language is, in terms of requiring or at least setting up preferences for exterior materials.
I think that's a great point. And John and Robin, if we can maybe explore that further, just to make sure that if we're providing detail on that it's not in conflict with the state building code.
You guys have worked with Bill Gregory before.
Yeah, and
I think you guys know each other.
I'm taking this as an opening to call Bill at will, so I'm very happy about it.
And it's always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry, you spoke something. Can I say something to the town board or planning board about the use of what size the building?
Okay, go ahead. What's your comment, Councilman Patel?
Oh, the parking, and the building height is now 3-story or maybe even a 4. Current building in the old Caldor Lake, and a current, whatever you want to call it, can you put a 4-story building? You got to have a different kind of material. It was a really good point, Mr. Gregory said that. So all these things has to be included in before you even accept the plan, from the engineer that, listen, this could be added, a new material or a new way of doing things, I mean, you can drill a hole and you can build anything you want. 100-story building, you can build it. So this is really good discussion right now at this point, moving forward,
Yep, and that's why we wanted to bring the members of the planning board and the zoning board together to have this conversation. I think it's been very productive, to say the least.
I agree.
Other points. I mean, again, this is a dialogue. So other points that you may want to raise, questions you may have, unintended consequences that you may see. I don't know if Mr. Garrigan, if you have anything that you would want to add.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Slater. I think in my comments may be a little bit more general in terms, but the overall legislation that's been written, I think, really, as I sit here in my 240-year-old home, takes into account and respects the history and the character of what Yorktown really is. And I think bringing that back, if you will, because obviously we look at some buildings in the town and it got lost somehow along the way. I think focusing on bringing that back is an excellent intent. I think the other thing about this legislation is it really does promote collaboration and cooperation amongst the agencies. So our friends at ABACA, the zoning board, everybody involved, I think will have a stake in this because it is that important. the last thing I would say is that, every applicant that comes to us is unique. They each have their own ideas, their own designs. And I think what this does is it allows the planning board and others to really have kind of a North Star as to where we want to go in terms of the overall appearance of the hamlet, but also the use. And we can, I know a number of times traveling with the family, we'll go to a small city or a town, and the comment will be, why couldn't Yorktown have something like this? Where it's kind of this mixed use residential. You've got some apartments upstairs and some real nice retail operations on the bottom, and fire pits on the pathways and so forth. And we can. And I think this, as has already been said, is a great first step to getting there.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate your input and your comments and your service to the community on the planning board. To everybody who's here, we really do want to thank you for your service to our community.
Oh, Matt, can we do Jefferson Valley?
Oh no, absolutely. I just wanted to thank them.
No.
They don't get thanked. They don't get thanked enough for their volunteerism. So the other piece is Jefferson Valley. So Robin, do you want to pop that up for us? And I'm sure Mr. Box can have a thing or two to say, right, Mr. Box?
My backyard, or downhill yard or something.
So this is John and Robin. Why don't you walk us through this, because it has changed since the last time we showed this. So if you could just walk through that and provide some commentary, please.
Right. We
Go ahead, Robin.
decided to, we had included before up the 6N area and the Navajo Street area in with the lake. And as we were trying to flesh out the text of this Osceola zone, we realized, we really wanted to focus on the properties around the lake, the use of the lake, and making the lake better, and that the Navajo Street area, this area from about Gomer Court to the east has a different uses, different flavor, and was not going to have the same, focus on the lake as the rest of the zone. And we can, add this as another part later, or redo this area at a later time, and that our focus would be these properties around the lake. So you can see the line is basically the red, which is commercial zone, the darker is C2, and then all the lighter red is the country commercial.
Okay.
And this area was included in the comprehensive plan as an overlay as well. I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Right. That's very helpful. I just think that it makes, when Robin and John had called about the edit, the more you think about it, the more it makes sense, because Lake Osceola is has so much potential, and that corridor, that country commercial corridor along East Main Street has so much potential. So I thought I agree with their assessment when they were going through and putting the language together. John, do you want to walk us through the language of the Osceola or Jefferson Valley code? Thank you.
Sure. So it is very similar to the Yorktown Heights one. I will point out that the descriptive text at the beginning of it obviously is different because it's a different area. I'm just working my computer here. So in that descriptive text, you'll get an idea of the difference Lake Osceola has to Yorktown Heights, but much of the, some of the language and uses in there are very similar. One thing that I will point out in terms of uses is that if you read both the comprehensive plan and some of the language in here, the Lake Osceola is looked at kind of as an opportunity to have uses that are recreational in nature. Of course, we know about Osceola Beach, and of course, this area has long been a recreational area, so it's really nothing new. But I think, going from what Rob has said just recently, getting back to that, we think is good, and that the Lake Osceola, that natural resource, is good to actually leverage that to do that. So it has more emphasis on recreational uses. And one of the things that it does, in addition to allowing mixed use and some multifamily, it allows the uses that we find in our commercial recreation zone to spread here, so that there's a lot of flexibility in the type of uses that can go here in and around the lake, to kind of make it somewhat of a destination for you to go and hang out a little bit. If you can get down by the lake, have a hamburger and maybe walk by the lake a little bit, have some entertainment somewhere, some restaurants and other places like that. We think that is very good uses for this area around the lake. Has some historical precedent. So that is kind of the basics of it. I don't want to recite any particular, details of it. But.
And so I want to go over to our guests, or if the town board has any comments or questions, by all means, please jump in.
You.
Go ahead there, Councilwoman Roker.
Can you bring that back up?
Oh, sorry.
To clean out that silk.
Tell me where the property known as the Summit property is. Show me on that map.
Here.
Where?
Do you
Okay,
see
right
the
there. Okay.
yellow, yeah.
So it's outside of the district.
Shouldn't be.
I agree too with that too, Eric. The other thing was, we recently met with a gentleman, you remember the guy who wanted to do the hot dog stand? Where was his property?
The what?
Hot dog stand.
The food truck area, which is somewhere, Alice, I believe, it's off East Main Street, probably near that CC. John, am I correct?
If you go from the CC, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 properties over.
The left?
You're right there. Yep. Now go one left, Robin. That little one right there. That's the property.
Okay.
Across the Valley Market. And
Yes.
Okay, because one of the biggest problems we have over there is A, drainage, and B, we don't have sewers.
Correct.
That's right.
And that is the one thing that this gentleman talked about, that people over there wanted.
Yes.
That's been something that's been talked about for a long time in regards to those sewers.
Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken,
out of the district.
correct me if I'm wrong, John, I believe it was Mr. Roberta who actually wanted to connect to where Claremont hooked into the sewer.
Yeah.
And that kind of fell by the wayside because the residents along that particular area there didn't want to give them right of way or sell or whatever the case might have been at that particular time.
Right. Well, there's history on the sewering here too. So there was a design that existed from many years ago, before my time, for a sewer in this area. It included the Perry subdivision up where the R110 is.
Right.
And it required a pumping station down by the lake, which pumped up to the Hill Boulevard, East Main Street intersection where the last manhole for the sewer is. So there's plans to do it. Varied property owners in the area have come forth and wanted to do sewers. They tried to put together, a coalition of folks to do it. Never fell through, and probably there's financial strain in order to do it. So part of the reasoning here, or hope, is that having some flexibility to get some added density or FAR or something like that may help loosen that up and make it a little bit more financially feasible.
Yeah, but
I do not think that it's going to, break the logjam by any stretch of the imagination, but it may make it a little bit easier.
I think this is a fabulous area, but I think until we were able to bring some kind of sewering and certainly some drainage to the area, it's just like a losing proposition. That
I agree. Alice? Yes. One of the big issues that jumped out at me on this is the definition and the scope of the zone itself. If you're looking at making Hill Boulevard as a more neighborly street with various possibilities, I think you need to include the Hill property immediately to the west. We've seen some very, very significant development there with little effort or ability to get that big piece to connect into the neighborhood well. I think if we include it in the district, we may have better opportunities to do that and to connect. I know it's in the comprehensive plan is to connect that property into Hill Boulevard. There is a right of way or an easement to do it.
Yeah.
What I don't want to see over there is another typical development that has no connection to a neighborhood, which we're trying to establish just to the east around the lake. If you're including Hill Boulevard itself, I think you need to include in the scope of that zone the adjacent large undeveloped piece of property in the area. That's a very, very big piece. It has a lot of potential, and I think it could be done well in inclusion, incorporation with what you're doing here. That's number one. Lake Osceola itself on the eastern side has heavily silted in over the years, and that's a result of drainage problems that Alice was alluding to. All washing in, and all the silt from all the surrounding areas is dropped at the entrance to the stream, and the lake level is threatened by that. And each year it gets bigger and bigger, and the lake is getting shallower and shallower. That may be some issues that can be addressed in this type of district. If the properties around the lake, can come together and work on that in some fashion for the benefit of the lake and therefore themselves, it'll help implement the plan that you guys are talking about. There are a number of other properties in serious states of disrepair and neglect through there. We've addressed one of them where the battery storage is going, and one of our conditions was that they had to clean out the vehicle storage. But there's a couple of others right near the lake that are potential sources of pollution, if not just eyesores, and one at the base of Perry Street as well.
Aaron, I agree with you. I think if we really want to create walkable areas in Yorktown, the Hill property could have something which could be where people can walk, and because it would be a development, it might be able to pay for some stuff.
That's a valuable point, but we've had a lot of pushback on that particular piece of property. That's something that really has to be looked at with regard to the type of housing, the number of rooms per housing, et cetera, where you had the principals of that company trying to tell us that there'll only be 15 kids in a 150 unit subdivision. I find that, insulting.
I don't disagree with you, Tommy. I agree with you. Expensive school district.
Yeah.
But if we're going to if we really want to turn this area around, and anyone who's gone up there has to say it is sorely in need of a turnaround.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely is.
It is going to be a development that is not a cookie cutter, and I agree with you. I think single family homes over there, wrong way to go.
That was well, it was apartments at that point in time. Now, right now, that particular area is, if I'm not mistaken, zoned for single family homes, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we look at other places like the new Soundview school development, you got come on, you got over 100 units there. So we can't play these games in two different parts of town.
Well, that's proposed at that point. It was 167, I think, residential units. That's what I read in the paper. And I don't know that that's such a great idea.
I agree with you.
They got to come in with some type of a comprehensive plan here that's not going to.
I mean, we're both talking the same language.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you. To have a lot of children over there would be a death note for the Lakeland School District, for the people who pay the taxes.
And that's just one point. It's not just the kids. I mean, there was no element there for, at that point in time, for senior housing, which our seniors need desperately. There was, there could be so much more there. Now that I understand that there may have been some other interest in there to put up a different type of facility, such as a sports complex that would link into the gym.
No, he doesn't want to do that.
He doesn't want to do that anymore.
No.
I think we're
what to do. But let's keep going, because I think this is for me, this is such an important area in Yorktown, and I think they have done such a great job in flushing it out.
Okay, so for the members of the planning board and zoning board, any other comments or thoughts? We heard from Aaron, who obviously lives right there, and we appreciate his comments. Any other thoughts and comments from our guests who are joining us tonight?
Nothing further on this from me.
Okay. I'm sorry, my screen is not showing everybody. And I'm sorry, was that Gordon?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a great idea, especially over in Jefferson Valley area, which has more, I think, undeveloped property that you could do something with.
Yeah, agreed. Rich, our chairman of the planning board?
I think it's a great idea.
And but from the, again, just to make sure, from the legislative standpoint, do you see anything in that legislation that you think we need to just, again, unintended consequences?
There's always going to be someone who tries to do something that wasn't intended with any code.
You're right.
I think Bill Gregory could speak to that as a former building inspector better than anybody in his years he put in. People try to get away with things, and you could write something that's as perfect as you think it could be, and someone's gonna find a way to veer around it. Right. I think it's a great first step. I know we had some applications back there some years back that just went away, sadly. I think the area could certainly use some development to make it flourish again. And I think this is a good first step.
Okay. Any other, again, from the board, any other questions from the board for, again, you have members of the planning board and zoning board here to engage in a conversation. So I
have one other question.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'll yield to Tom.
Tom, Councilman Diana, do you have a question or comment?
No.
Okay. Aaron, all yours.
Are there height restrictions along the lake? What comes to my mind is that apartment building up in Mayapack, and we're, right in the downtown, they put up 4 floors and it blocked the lake. And I don't know if we have protections for that in this law or
John
language.
John, you're muted, or Robin.
I think Robin muted John.
Robin wants to mute John.
Oh, I think that's
She has a mute button in her office. She presses it quite a bit. My door closes automatically. So if you look in Yorktown Heights, there's a height restriction in this. I don't recall if we have it in Jefferson Valley. Do you recall, Robin?
I believe Yorktown Heights was 40, so
Yeah.
I did not put that in.
Yeah.
Make sure
I
that
left that out of Lake Osceola.
Right, but that is an excellent point, Aaron. I appreciate it because some of the thing that what you're talking about is really that should not have happened over in Mayapack. So definitely something to think about. Yes, appreciate it.
Great, that's a great point, Aaron.
I think it's important to take away that anything that goes to the overlay plan goes to the very, very competent hands of our planning department and planning board. And believe it or not, sitting in on those meetings every week, I actually respect you guys even more. Although I've always respected the people on our planning board and in our planning department. But over the past year, I've been sitting in and making my notes and really have learned a lot. And unbelievable skill set for the people that we have there that really have the interest in our town in their heart and their minds and their souls. So I think it's important that people understand that, you know, we're sort of relinquishing some of that power from the board and saying, these are the experts and we want to rely on them and we want to
Really great.
let them guide us. And I think it also keeps all of these projects that come in cleaner, so to speak. It really
Wow, I think Ed wants to put an addition on.
I'm just outside the Heights overlay zone.
But you know what I find fascinating is that the planning board's here and the zoning board's here because you know when someone doesn't like what you say, they go over to that board, and I'm just glad you're all here.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't like what Mom said, go see Dad.
That's right.
It's great to be able to collaborate with all of you and take your feedback. Some great points that our team's going to take. And again, we're trying to be, I think I've said this before, we're trying to be very deliberate in our approach with these very important topics. And so we really do appreciate what you've provided us. I think it's given us great feedback for us and for our planning department to go back and continue to work on this because we want to get it right. And so your feedback is terrific. It's appreciated. And as I said earlier, your service is as Councilman Lachterman and I think Councilwoman Roker said earlier, your service to our town is so appreciated. So I really want to thank you all for joining us tonight. And know if you have, and I think obviously the planning board knows this, but to all of you collectively, if you do have thoughts that come after the conversation's over, because that happens to me all the time, don't hesitate to reach out. I mean, obviously you all know you can reach out directly to John and Robin, but don't be hesitant to reach out to me directly as well. I'd love to hear your thoughts as we continue this process.
Thank you.
Okay?
Guys.
Thank you very much.
Your service.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Really appreciate
Great job.
And Bill Gregory, thank you for staying up past your bedtime tonight.
Only following your example, Eddie.
That was wrong, Bill. Tell him it was wrong.
That was wrong. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, everybody.
Lady.
Good night.
Good night.
We're going to move over to Greenwood Street and joined by our highway superintendent, Dave Paganelli. And I thought we saw our town engineer, Mike Quinn. And we have a situation on Greenwood Street that you wanted to brief the board on. So I don't know, Dave, do you want to take lead on this?
Sure. What we have on Greenwood Street is a long-standing red flag violation from the DOT, Department of Transportation, and we have addressed that over the years by having it monitored. As of late, Sales and Sales has been monitoring it. It has come to our attention that we have an imminent problem because there has been very significant deterioration on the bridge over the last 4 to 5 months, particularly in the southbound lane. In anticipation of having to do something with this, we've gone out and received some price quotes for a solution that Sales and Sales had recommended, which would put us in compliance, eliminate the spending of money to monitor the bridge. And I won't mention the contractors except the one that came in lowest. First bid was $249,585. Second bid was $127,551. And the third bid was $125,000 flat. And that was from ELQ, who we did work with a number of years ago when I first came to Highway at the bridge culvert at the bottom of Lexington Avenue, running parallel to 202. So I think that it's something I bring to the board. Certainly, you know, it's your money, but I think that the sooner we can get this done, I think it's an imminent problem, and it's been recognized as an imminent problem by the engineers, you know, who have been monitoring it. So I'm open to questions.
Well, I'm going to see, does Mr. Quinn have any comments that he wants to add?
Well, I could just walk the board real quick through the repair that's planned here.
Okay.
So the concept is, this is a detail that we got from Sells, that the concrete would, that the contractor
Are you
would,
going to show it to us?
Yeah, I could, if I could share the screen here, I could show that on my screen.
Okay.
Okay, are you seeing that now?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yes.
good. So if you see the bottom picture,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna blow it up a little bit more. You could see where the water line is. That's where there's a lot of deterioration.
Okay.
And there's a close-up shot on the next set of pictures here.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So you could actually see the corrosion. And what happens is the dirt that's on the other side of this metal culvert pipe, starts liquefying and running through, causing these voids above. And what Dave alluded to is there's been some recent settlement in the road. So this is something that really needs to be addressed immediately. This is like an inspection tool that they put through to show the size of the hole. And they have another shot to show the road settlement on Greenwood Street, as Dave mentioned, on the southbound side.
Wow.
So the detail for the contractor would be to pour some concrete on the inside of the barrel. Let's see if I could jump back up there. Actually, I think it's on the next slide here. So the contractor would basically stop the flow and work on one side, and he would set some forms and pour some concrete along the bottom, up the side, up over that where those holes are in the pipe.
Okay.
So this would be done from the inside. The road could remain open while they're doing this work. There may be a lane closure while they set the concrete, while the concrete pours are in place. But the plan would be to keep one lane of traffic at all times, and then only close a lane with traffic control while they're doing the concrete pour. And then once the repair is done on the inside, they would excavate from the top of the pipe and put in some K-crete or some flowable concrete, and then repave the top surface. So that's the proposed repair. ELQ is saying that it would take about 2 weeks to do this work. And as Dave mentioned, the price proposal was for $125,000.
Okay. Now, would they do this before they did the culvert?
So the culvert work is in progress.
Okay.
The road's been closed. We think, we don't want to affect that project, but we do think this needs to happen right away. So we would propose to be doing both at the same time.
Okay. Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there would never, since Greenwood Street is now very active in terms of the detour for the closure at Veterans in Greenwood Street. That was a concern Mike and I discussed with the people that were bidding it, and we were assured that at the worst case scenario, there would be one lane of traffic open.
Okay.
And it should be done in 2 to 3 weeks, which the other project is 3 months. So, the sooner we can get this done, the better it is, and we stop spending money for oversight and what have you.
Councilman Patel, you had a question?
No, I thought it's the same contractor will do the job on this one.
No, this is a different contractor from Veterans Road.
Although we did, Councilman, we did give that particular contractor the ability to bid it. Unfortunately, he was not the low bidder.
Okay.
This contractor is currently
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the contractor ELQ is currently working for the town at the fluoride building, but
Right.
As Dave mentioned, the contractor doing Veterans Road was not the low bidder here.
Okay.
Any questions from the board? Councilman Diana, any comments? Councilman Lachterman?
Oh, look, it's been on the radar for a while, and it needs to get done. Safety needs to be our biggest motivator here.
So Highway Superintendent Paganelli, to be clear, is it your opinion that we should declare this an emergency to move this forward as quickly as we can?
Absolutely, yes. Based on my observations, based on meeting the contractors out there, and based on what our professional engineers have assessed us of, I think this is something that needs immediate attention, because if that does the deterioration continues and becomes more rapid, then we will have a major issue, because that will be closed for quite some time. And with the detour in place, I can't imagine the confusion it would cause.
I think that's obviously the concern.
And if you can, for spring,
What was that, Councilman Patel?
if this project can be finished before the spring, before the big storm or rain comes in, spring, that might be really good,
Well, yeah, I mean, if we want to move on this, hypothetically, this will be done in, February.
Right. It spoke to the contractor today, told them that I would be approaching the board, and said, one of the questions probably would be how soon. And ELQ assured me that they would be able to start tomorrow if necessary.
Okay.
Have you guys talked to Pat, the comptroller?
Yes.
Okay, and we've got the money?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm done.
I don't want to hear that.
Yes.
I was done an hour and a half ago.
I'm done.
I spoke with Pat at the end of the day. She is aware, and she said it's not a problem.
Okay, good. So what are we going to do?
So I'll make a motion that we declare the Greenwood Street culvert an emergency.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Diana, a second by Councilwoman Roker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll also make a motion to award, you said it was ELQ?
Yes.
So we'll make a motion to award the project to ELQ for $125,000.
So
So we have a motion by Councilman Patel, a second by Councilman Lachterman. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and we'll also make a motion to transfer $100,000 from fund balance to the capital project.
Okay, who's ever writing the resolution, can you make sure you put in those other two prices that we got, so we won't be bothering anybody that, we did it, we had three prices.
Correct. We did get 3 quotes, so we'll make sure that we'll share that with the clerk's office so that she can include it in the formal resolution. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So we have a motion on the transfer.
Second.
I have a motion. So Councilwoman Roker seconds. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Testosterone is what makes a man.
What's that?
What?
Any opposed?
What are you listening to over there?
I don't want to know what he's listening to right now.
Sounds like Cobra Kai.
Motion carries unanimously. So we've declared it an emergency. We've awarded to ELQ for $125,000, and we've approved the transfer from fund balance. So Dave, if you want to just let ELQ know to get to work. And
Very good. I'd like to just take this opportunity to thank the board for their diligence in recognizing infrastructure issues that are, have been long ongoing, and taking decisive action. So I appreciate all your efforts in that respect.
Team effort, Dave. Thank you. What you guys are doing.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. We will keep moving. 1600 Front Street is, I know we're very behind, and I apologize to everybody, but we have 1600 Front Street, which is a transitional zone use. We have Keith Holmes joining us to discuss his proposal, and we also are going to be rejoined by John Tegeder and Robin STINBERG.
Robin.
Hello again. We haven't seen you guys in a while.
We were always here.
Very good. And do we have Mr. Holmes?
He's connecting.
He's connecting.
Yeah.
So why don't, can we, while he connects, John and Robin, do you want to just give the board a history of this property? Because I think there were some decisions made by previous boards before we were all here.
Oh, okay, yeah. Believe it or not, my eyes had jumped to the LWRP, so I was.
No, you're excited about that, but no,
in
we're
that
gonna.
mindset.
I
I skipped right over. Okay, so this is relative to the Roberta property was approved on a transitional zone over on Front Street.
What's the burner property?
Roberta, I'm sorry.
I wasn't here, so tell me what
Okay.
it was.
So I'm going to use a landmark. You know where the car wash is, right?
Yeah.
And then a little south of that is a residence.
Yep.
Okay, right south of that is the property that George Roberta has, and he got an approval from the town board to do 2 buildings with a site plan under a transitional zone.
Okay.
And it has recently, in the last number of months, finally gotten its approval from DEP, so on and so forth, and is now getting ready to go. And as I understand it, Mr. Holmes is interested in taking one of the buildings. I think it's the smaller building on the north side, and he has some use that he has that wasn't particularly anticipated. And as you know, the transitional zone and the way we use that, it is very specific. You approve the use, you approve where the building goes, where every line and piece of concrete goes, and that's kind of all you get. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Holmes. He can describe his use, and then if you want, I can let you know a little bit about what I think the step would be.
Thank you, John. Mr. Holmes, good evening. Sorry for being so late.
No, it's okay. Good evening. I was just working, so no worries. Thank you. I'm familiar with that. The town meetings tend to run a little late. No worries. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And God bless all of you for sticking in there on these late meetings. So that parcel is approved for 2 buildings. The northerly building is approved for, I think it's a 2,100 square foot retail site. And then the southerly building is approximately 22,000 square feet. And John, correct me if I'm wrong, for a 2-story, what is residential over commercial use, it looks like. I'm just looking at the plan here. And the southerly building is fine for what we have in mind. But on the northerly building, for the small building, which is the 2,100 square feet, we want to have a change of, we want to use that for research and development for renewable energy research. Yeah, so my partner is Swarnoff Pajari, who most of you are familiar with from the Climate Smart community. So we have several companies, but primarily what this will be for is for research into renewable energy, as I put into the email. So most of it's focusing on piezoelectricity and low voltage use. Without jumping too deep into it, I don't want to jump and get too technical, but it involves I'm trying to think how to word this best. Wearable technology is kind of what we focus on, and also anything in the renewable energy field that involves low voltage. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
I apologize if I'm bouncing around a little bit. So,
Yeah, Robin, do you have the site plan that you can pop up there for us?
I do, actually. This is the plan that the town board approved, and like John said, this is actually Front Street where it turns to the right.
Okay.
And there's the right-of-way that was still going straight. So that's where this property was.
And it's building on the left that we're talking about.
Right. This is the 2,100 square feet.
Keith, you're going to occupy the whole property?
Yeah,
or just that one building?
no, just the one building. We're going to develop the other side, develop the southerly building as it stands. And then the northerly building, the footprint won't change. Just the building layout is actually really conducive to what we want to do.
Okay.
So the way the parking is, everything is fine. So we're just looking for a change of use, as opposed to altering the plan.
Okay. And then you're going to lease out the southern building to whoever you can find. Is that?
That's right. Yeah. So that's we think it's a really cool what's come out of COVID. So that second floor is 2 5-bedroom apartments. Our plan there would be to do res over a commercial use or a kind of a live work situation, which we think would go really well based on what's happening with COVID. And so do it like a top bottom. So you work on the first floor, live on the second floor. And that's what the thought would be there. And just on a side note, both of these buildings will be primary power would be solar and battery, with backup to the grid. So,
great.
I would think that what you want to do is probably less intense than a lot of other businesses.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Refresh my memory. Where is this again? Where's it? This is Roberta's property.
Yes.
On
Okay.
Front Street, yes.
On Front Street.
And
I'm sorry, John.
that
There was
takes
a small, right, one time.
that takes
There was some IBM. He rented a space and he was doing really very fancy chemistry lab. It was very, maybe I don't know whether he's still there, but he was inventing some kind of molecule. Then that's electronic application and medical both together.
Okay.
Hmm.
Or somewhere else.
So this is to be built, right? This is
Right. That's right.
and does Labriola still have another piece down there, John or Robin? I think
Right there, yes, just south of it.
just south of it. Okay,
Right.
all right.
And if you see that U-turn there, we did the U-turn in order to accommodate that site.
Because there's some kind of a paper road or something back in there, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So Keith, are you going to keep these plans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, they have no work. That's why we're attracted to the site. They happen to work really, really well for what we have planned. So there's no alterations to the site. This is actually for reference, right across from the bus depot for the total bus now. It's directly across the street from them.
Yeah.
Well,
John, from your standpoint, does the use fall into the transitional zone?
Well, it's not anticipated in the transitional zone, but I think this use fits in the underlying zone. But since you've used the transitional zone, I think what you should do is just do a very a short one-page resolution that establishes that on this site plan pursuant to the transitional zone that was approved, you're allowing this use for this building. I think that's all you need to do. And it's really a formality in keeping how you've been using the transitional zone in the past.
I think that makes sense to me.
I agree.
Any issues from the board?
No. I just want to point out for the man behind the curtain, I just got a text message that the computer audio is choppy and keeps dropping in and out. So,
From who?
Mr. Grace texted me. So I don't know if it's our computer audio is chopping up. So I don't know if Tom could do it.
Tom Ciangelo is saying that's internet audio.
Internet, yeah. But
can't wait for these Zooms to be over, guys.
I
hear you, Keith.
I think it's fine. What do you guys think?
I have no problems.
I have no problem.
I have no problems. I love the project. I think it's great. It's exactly the type of things that we're trying to attract to the town. And it also, not for nothing, we're not even attracting because you guys are residents of the town. So I think that's, it's a double play from our standpoint. So, John, if we can we task your office with drafting the reso that you feel is necessary to make sure that it touches upon the right points, and then we'll move it forward.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks for staying up with us.
Thank you. No worries. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna go now, John. You can jump ahead to the next thing I know you're excited about. So I wanted to bring this back. I wanted to bring this to the board. Local waterfront revitalization plan is something that has been on the radar for more than a year now. Honestly, with everything that happened and transpired last year, we just never had time to focus on it. But one of my New Year's resolutions this year, and especially since when we spoke with the LaBerge group about one of our grant applications, we had specifically touched upon the LWRPs and the LWRP committee, which they felt and they agreed would be very helpful and enhance our overall application. So I think this is an important thing for us to pursue. I want to just bring in John and Robin for them to provide their insight on this as well. John? Robin?
Robin, you want to say anything?
Sure. Well, Matt, what Matt is saying is just so true, that you need to have a committee and you need to have a plan so that when you write the grant application, you're implementing parts of the plan. When we did the application for Mohegan Lake now 2 years ago, we didn't actually have a plan. We had an idea of things we want to do at the lake, but we don't really have a master plan of, steps we want to implement, whether short-term or long-term. And it just shows that you have a path that you want to keep, achieving those different goals. And it would be not just for Mohegan Lake, but for all the lakes on the list. And I think what we've been trying to do is maybe have a larger committee that steers, then maybe has some smaller, breaks off into smaller committees that can steer, the different lakes and the needs of the different lakes.
To be clear for the public and also for the board, if you don't know, in order to be able to apply for the LWRP, you have to be designated by the state and put on the inland waterway list. The state legislature has approved a number of lakes here in the town of Yorktown as inland waterways. So this is our way of trying to capitalize off of that designation so that it actually benefits the town. And so, Senator Harcum and Assemblyman Byrne have added just last year some additional waterways on the south side of town. The four that I think are the biggest ticket items that we're looking at initially is obviously Mohegan. You have Sparkle, you have Osceola, and then you also have what was the fourth one that we were talking about, guys? I'm starting. Junior. Thank you. And Junior Lake. So those would be the four initial focus areas. We've spoken. I spoke to the Parks and Rec Commission. They are very supportive and interested. I spoke with the MLID. They're very supportive and interested in participating. So there seems to be a good level of support from other agencies within the town, and I think people recognize the value of it. And so I wanted to bring it to the board and have a conversation and see if you had any questions or thoughts on it.
Would this be like a master plan for the lakes?
Yeah, which is one of the other. It is. It definitely is, which is another reason why we thought it'd be good timing since we're doing these overlay districts, so you can have them coincide, especially for like Lake Osceola. So that's why we think it's just from a timing standpoint even makes more sense. But these things, you can focus on environmental remediation, which we know all of our lakes need right now. Recreational use, economic development. So if you want to talk about that Osceola corridor on East Main Street, this would, depending on the plan, this could address that. And so yeah, they're almost, I don't want to say mini master plans, but that's what they're going to be looking at is how we can either environmentally remediate or improve recreation or help foster additional economic development in these specific areas for the specific lakes.
Now you would bring in the residents of the different areas surrounding the lake, I would assume.
Yeah, so that was one of the challenges. I don't want to say challenges. That was one of the conversations that we had with LaBerge, which was, do we do one larger committee, or do you do separate committees for each neighborhood that would be impacted? And I think what we want to start with initially, to what Robin's point was, is a larger look at it on a macro level, but then also have these breakout groups that address each individual area. So obviously, and even though we're one town, but the needs of or the focus of Sparkle Lake is going to be very different than Mohegan Lake, and Mohegan Lake is going to be very different than Osceola, and Osceola is going to be very different than Junior. So so it's going to be an evolving topic of conversation in an evolving process. But I think from our standpoint, from our staff standpoint, and from our consultant standpoint, the important thing is that we engage in the process and we start getting this moving in the positive direction so we can capitalize on these designations.
I agree, but I would agree only if that we engage the community surrounding the lake. I think while we are well-intentioned, it is the community around the lake that we need to be focused on and see what they want.
Absolutely, and we want to make sure that we want to all but guarantee that everyone's going to have a seat at the table when we go through this process.
Okay, I'm good.
We've got great leaders in the community like a Ken Belfer, who is so knowledgeable that I think his knowledge is going to benefit every lake community in the town of Yorktown. So that's why I think it's important for us to put people together and then have them empower them to go into the individual neighborhoods and individual communities to have these breakout sessions with the individual lake communities in the town.
There was a lake committee, and Ken was on that committee, so you might want to get from him whether or not members of the different areas were on the committee with him.
That's a great point. Awesome. That's a great starting point. Yes, Councilman Lachterman?
Well, I seem to remember you bringing this forward actually before you even ran for office with the local waterfront revitalization and the committee. And I do remember you saying the committee should be people from the lakes that are there. And
yep.
I just it's unfortunate we're talking about it 2 years after you tried bringing it around the first time, and I know that there was a little resistance, but I'm hoping that we could. We've done a lot for the ecologically for our town, and you definitely have that as your focus. I think that I always joke with my daughter that's the age group. When she was in Germany, she had no problem with having to recycle 37 different things, including all their garbage, and bring it to the recycling dump. And I think that's just how you guys were raised. And I just think this is wonderful. I'm very happy. I know Assemblyman Byrne and Terrence and now Pete Harcum, Senator Harcum, have all worked on trying to help Yorktown with this project. And I know you've really been driving force as well. So.
Can I just tell you, I sat with the board when the board was talking about what's that park we own around Sparkle, Mohegan Lake?
Rock Hill Park?
No.
The old Holland Sporting Club? The old Holland Club?
Yep. The first time we ever spoke about that, we were overrun in the boardroom.
Oh yeah, listen, I get it, but
people assumed that we were doing something to ruin their community.
And that's not what we're trying to do here. We're actually trying to enhance it, and that's why it's focused on environmental remediation. But there are other things. There are other things that we're going to be able to also take advantage of. Again, you look at Sparkle Lake. If we want, first off, sewers. Sewers is one of the things. Yeah, and sewers is one of the things that we've seen LWRPs identify and work on. So when we just talked about sewers over up and around Lake Osceola. This could be a great catalyst and avenue for us to have those conversations and maybe get support from our partners in government on the state level. So I think it just opens up more doors, but it also fosters great conversations about other things that we can be doing for our lake communities and making sure that we're maximizing our natural resources.
So when the people will have some hope of getting the sewer in Sparkle Lake?
It's a great question. We've had very, very productive conversations already this year. And I think that the county is in a very good position. I personally spoke with the DEP just today. They are in an equally positive position. And so we're nearing the part of negotiating with the county to start releasing funds for us to go execute the project. So, but in all fairness, I still think it's going to be probably 2 years before we start seeing a shovel on the ground, just being fully transparent about that. But we are getting much, much closer to seeing real action on the Halleck's Mill Sewer Extension project. But that's a great question, Councilman Patel. Thank you.
Because somebody said, like 10 years ago, you will have it within the next 2 years or so, So we have the money and we can move.
Well, the good news is we've got the commitment on the 10 million. We've had a great conversation today with DEP on utilizing a portion of that 10 million for the next engineering phase of the project. So those are all positive steps that we continue to have with our partners in government. And I think we're getting much, much closer to seeing tangible results. Okay, so we're good with LWRPs? Another LWRP committee? No other thoughts or questions from the board? No? Going once, going twice, sold. Okay. Let's move on to some of our applications. We have a series of 1, 2, 3 applications. And I want to thank again all of our applicants and our department heads for staying up with us. We're going to begin with 2060 Allen Avenue. Welcome back our building inspector. We have our town engineer, of course, our members of our planning department. Do we have either Mr. Barilli or Mr. Panny with us? I see someone's trying to connect.
I think they're usually together for this because I don't know if Lou figures out how to use the computer.
Okay.
I think he's in Tommy's class with that.
Tommy, I can't laugh at you since I've been known to kind of reply no to Matt on some of his stuff that I was going to do.
Yeah.
Easy there, Ed. Easy, Ed. Get even.
Do we want to move? Do we have Michael Grace on? Diana, just maybe we can. Oh, wait, here we go. I see them now. Never mind.
Are we in?
Evening. Sorry for the lateness of the hour, but appreciate your time. Can you hear us?
Are you on with us?
Yes, we are.
We just got audio. Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. My apologies again for the lateness of the hour. Thank you for your time. Can you walk us through briefly what you're trying to accomplish at 2060 Allen Avenue and what the you're applying for the discussion about an application for wetland permit and tree permit?
Wetland permit? Yeah. I don't know why. Oh, I didn't know we were applying for wetland. I'm sorry, a little thrown for that one. SWIP, because we're doing a single family house, small third of an acre lot. We have to put in 18 storm tech water treatment systems. And we went through it with the town engineer, and I think we're all on the same page now. And this is just, I'm pretty sure, just a formality at this point.
Can I ask a question? You're on a third of an acre?
Yep.
And you can't do septic on a third of an acre, can you?
Well, it's sewer there.
It's sewer there, okay.
Yes. It's sewer and water on Allen.
All right.
So this is the second lot, right? Half of the first lot?
This is a single family lot, yes.
This and then divided into two, right?
No. It's always been one lot.
If I could just give a little background to the board here. This is a 10,000 square foot lot. The current zoning in this area is 20,000 square feet. So these folks work with John Landy and the ZBA and to get a variance. And there was a second 10,000 square foot lot right next to this property site that Phil Sanders of RPG came to the town board maybe 2 years ago to get approval. He also got a variance to develop, a 10,000 square foot lot. So these, the Panbar developer here, they're proposing, again, a modest size home on the lot, 10,000 square foot. There are steep slopes. So, from Allen Avenue, the site slopes very steeply downhill. And the property that was previously developed, when they went through their variance process, the ZBA had asked that they put in a lot of underground stormwater storage units so there would not be any impact to the properties on the other side, on the downhill side.
Okay.
So I did work with John Burrell Lupani and their engineer, Jack Carell, to come up with a similar type of a system here. And as Lou mentioned, there's a series of 18 underground stormwater detention units that would basically hold water. It would take water from the driveway, from the roof, gutters and leaders, and let that water infiltrate into the ground. And along the rear property line, similar to what was done next door, they would put in a planted berm. So again, to reduce stormwater runoff from running down the hillside.
John, this is one of those lots that would not come to planning board because it was probably a piece of an old subdivision. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's from an old subdivision, but an improvement plan, if it was ever done, does no longer exist. So therefore there's no approval layout. So we don't stay involved in that. I hope that's not me. I don't think so.
I hope that's not me either.
Smoke alarm going off?
If it was an old subdivision that there was an approved improvement plan, of course, the planning board could see it, but in this case, there was not.
Right. Michael, you remember what we talked about when they're building, what we're going to ask them to do since they're on that turn as well? In terms of making sure that they notify the neighborhood about when they're out there working and that they don't. And I know you notify the school district, but I think what I asked you the last time to get the other developer to hire a police officer while they're bringing their trucks in or whatever.
That was a condition that was incorporated into the prior development. Yes, that there's a significant amount of cutting, removing dirt here to get all this foundation in and to get the underground stormwater units. And so you had asked, and we did adopt that into the approval resolution.
All right. Did we refer this out yet? Because I don't see any.
No, it has not been referred out.
All right, so let's refer it out.
I have no problem.
What's going to happen with the driveway?
Well, the driveway is a very steep slope. It's 10%, which is the maximum without town board approval. But they have made it into a 10% slope driveway. So the drainage that would be collected from the driveway would go into these underground stormwater units that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, we'll refer it out. Any other comments from the board? No?
Just one thing. I think there was specific things laid out here for timing of the removal of soil, et cetera, et cetera. I believe it was already in place, if I'm not mistaken. That was one of the conditions of construction here. So it may be something these gentlemen don't have to do at this point. Not that they don't have to do it, but it's another, step they don't have to take because it's already in place.
Michael, can you look at, when you come back to us with your recommendations, can you tell us if that's correct?
I'm sorry, I was just trying to I was going to put the plan up on the screen. Can I just do that real quick so the board get a quick look?
Yeah.
Okay, so on this site, which hopefully everyone can see now, we got Allen Avenue along the bottom.
Right.
And then you have this driveway. All these dashed lines are the topographical grade lines, so you could see how steep this site is basically the entire site.
Yeah, the house is steep.
Here is your 3-bedroom house, and then the underground stormwater units in the rear. And then this is that planted berm they were going to put along the rear property.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was much discussion at one point in time about the underground infiltrators, et cetera, that were going to be put in there. Who was going to make sure that they were watched over, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I remember there was quite a conversation on that. I don't recall how it ended at this point. Do we have documentation on that? from the last soiree with this piece of property?
That would be Michael.
I can get the conditions to the board of what was done on the prior site. Usually with these underground infiltrators, you know, there's not too much you can do as far as like yearly inspections. But I can see if we put that in there, a stormwater maintenance agreement on the prior site. I think that's what you're referring to, Tom.
Yeah, because that was, if I'm not mistaken, Mike, that was something that
Yeah.
I don't know whether the other person had to follow through with and didn't, or that was supposed to be incorporated in this particular lot. And, you know, maybe it's something these gentlemen don't have to follow through with if it's already done.
Okay.
All right. So it might be something that's already there, you know, because we've been dealing with this site for what, 3 years now?
Well, this is
Explain the topo on this site.
What's
the
that?
site we dealt with, Tom, was the site to the right. This is a new site.
So this is a different one?
Yeah,
This
this
is
is
new.
that other site.
Can you explain the topo on this site, Michael?
Yes. So the Allen Avenue. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit here. So you can see the dash lines are existing grades,
Okay.
and these are 2-foot contours. So, you know, just from like Allen Avenue up at the top here at the property line, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So over 22 feet of grade change from the front of the site to the rear.
Oh my God.
So they're taking advantage. It would be like a walkout, you know, lower level.
Sure.
And then I guess it's a story and a half from looking at it on Allen Avenue. So they're using this cross slope to get the driveway in, which again, I think makes good sense. They're putting in a retaining wall so they can make that maximum slope of 10% for the driveway. It's a 2-car garage. They're going to basically re-level the grade, you know, along the both sides. And then the rear is where they're going to excavate. So that's why there has to be a lot of dirt removed from the site, as was done on the other property.
Yeah.
To put in these underground units. So this is like a 3 or 4 foot excavation just to get these units in. Has a gravel sub base, and this will hold the water and allow it to infiltrate into the dirt. They did, I believe they did some testing to confirm the infiltration rate to make sure that these units will be very effective.
So this has a greater topo than the other one we worked on, right?
Very similar. You can see on the right-hand side here, the same grades running through. So it's something like a 22, 24 foot grade change from the front of the property to the rear.
Okay.
My mistake then. I thought we were dealing with the same piece of property here.
No, he's already built.
That's what I thought. I thought something happened there.
No, Phil Sanders did complete that house.
Yeah.
My mistake. I'm sorry.
Looks nice. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Quick question, just out of curiosity, did you get your zoning board variances?
Oh, we did. Yes. Yes, we did.
Did you give us a copy of it?
We didn't get the actual copy yet. It hasn't been read into the minutes yet. We'll get it at the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to state one thing. I'm not going to be taking the fill off of the lot. My intention is to dig out the storm water stuff and build a ramp up to the street, put all my storm water in before I even put the foundation for the house in.
Okay.
So everything's going to stay on the lot as they build it.
Okay.
I'm not going to be going into the road. I'm going to try and build myself a ramp right into the property right from the jump.
Well, see, the issue that I have is that Allen Avenue is a very small street in the area where you are.
Yes. That's why I want to do everything in the lot as much as I can.
But you will have trucks coming to the lot, am I correct?
Well, yes, they will come to the lot, but they're going to go into the site. My intention is to make a ramp so they can go into the site.
Okay. Okay. I'm still going to put it in the resolution.
Fine.
And that you do something different.
No, I understand. That's fine. I just wanted you to be aware that my intention is not to build like the other guy who put the house up and then the stormwater. I'm
Yeah.
going to do stormwater first and work my way out of the lot.
Okay, okay,
So,
okay.
and that's all.
You still, and considering that they did get their ZBA approval, I think the board still wants to refer out, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. So then we'll make a motion to have the clerk refer out the application.
motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
I'm sorry.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And then we'll work with our town clerk to set the public hearing. Okay?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
All right, next we're going to talk 675 Sawmill River Road. This is a zoning board referral for a special use permit. I believe we have
Mr. Grace.
Michael Grace joining us. Connecting to audio. Good evening, Mr. Grace. How we doing? You're muted. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
You're on mute. Can you unmute yourself? Bottom left corner.
Oh, he's Tommy's friend.
Wow, I'm getting beat up here tonight. John, don't you say a word.
I was just gonna say something about that street up in the north part of town, but I'm not gonna.
We don't have to do that again. Mike, can you hear us?
Unmute yourself.
Yeah, he's trying to unmute himself. If you go to Zoom, I don't know if you can go to Zoom and then go to the bottom left corner. There should be a microphone. You can click on mute. Yeah. Okay.
It's not doing it.
Click on it.
Matt, why don't you run across the street? You'll probably it won't unmute for him. Diana, could you invite him to unmute? That might actually he might be able to do it.
Connecting to audio now. I've already tried that twice. It didn't.
Okay.
If you can call in. I don't know if he's tried that.
And he's connecting. It says connecting.
Yeah, been there, done that. I think though.
Oh, okay. It's that knit.
Speak, Mike. No.
You're off mute.
Let's go completely out and come back.
He's 45 minutes behind, or so he fall asleep.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're just getting.
Yeah. I recognize that we're late.
Matthew.
Yes.
This is a long agenda.
I know it is.
Am I talking about 1 o'clock? We don't want to be here at 1 o'clock.
No. I know.
We have to learn.
Is in 20.
Michael, call in.
I think Mike's.
Michael, there's also a phone-in number, so you can call in and still be on at the same time.
What, do you know the phone?
In the invite that you received via email, there's a phone number to call in. You can call in at the same time as being on video.
All I know is in 27 minutes, Alice, I'm done because when they draw the Mega Million numbers, I'm out of here.
Don't forget, I get 25%.
Wait a minute, Matt. I haven't sent you your note yet, so.
Oh, you haven't?
No. I'll fax it to you.
Oh, thanks.
Michael, it's not hard.
You want to, while we get Michael on, John and Robin, do we want to just hop ahead to the request for proposals on all call services? This way we can chop this. While we get
Or you can go to 1875 Brookdale. That's fine. Whichever
Okay.
one you want to do.
Diana, can you let 1875 Brookdale in?
Tell Michael to come across the street and sit with you.
I'm gonna email you the phone number, Michael, or text message you the phone number.
All right, we have we're gonna jump ahead to 1875
Go, Rena.
Brookdale.
Hello, everybody.
Rena, good evening. Sorry for the lateness of the hour.
Hey, Joe.
For some reason, it didn't add what the discussion was on the agenda. This is regarding wetlands and MS4 stormwater permits. Mr. Rena, can you brief us on the application, please?
Sure. This is a site that we received a wetland permit and site plan approval back in 2017. The client was the original property owner who owned the property for 60 years or so. And then anyway, fast forward ahead, a house was built on the property, and the current owner of the property purchased the house from the builder, Mr. Almeida.
Good evening, Mr. Almeida.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm here.
How are you?
How are you?
Good evening. I'm doing good. How are you everybody's doing?
We're good.
Good.
So in February of last year, Mr. Almeida applied for a tree permit and wetland permit to cut down 77 trees, some of which were in the wetland buffer. A conditional permit was issued in May of 2020, which approved the cutting of the 17 trees, and they were supposed to be cut to grade with no stumps removed. However, some of the stumps were removed, and there was some additional land disturbance as a result, and a violation was issued in August of this year.
How many trees did he cut down?
77.
77 trees.
And how many were approved for him to cut down?
Well, I don't know how many were cut down, but 77 were approved.
77 trees are approved to be cut.
Right.
Okay.
So at this point, we were working with Ms. Almeida and the engineering department to remedy the violations and bring the site up to compliance. At the same time, dealing with improvements that Mr. Almeida wants to make on his property. So we provided an updated wetland permit, which I need to update again because I realized some things I need to add to that. But essentially, what he's looking to do here is, and I don't know if anyone has seen the property, but he wants to complete the work that he started, which we was stopped from doing due to the stop work order. Get the site in order, get it properly graded. There are some retaining walls which he has building permits for, and he wants to construct those retaining walls. As part of that, there is some additional wetland disturbance proposed. On the previous approval, when we first got the site approved, there was approximately 875 square feet of wetland disturbance that was approved, and Mr. Almeida is proposing an additional 1,500 plus square feet of disturbance. In addition to that work, that's occurring on the right side of the house, where you'd also like to place a shed. In addition to that work, the neighbors to the rear of the property, almost every property has a drain pipe of one size or another, or multiple drain pipes that drain onto the property. he is looking to install a drainage system to collect these pipes and properly discharge them into a stone level spreader, which would then provide recharge to the wetland. That's basically running the entire backside behind the house. As you get towards the corner on Underhill, that property line there that butts the neighbors, he has the same situation and wants to collect those pipes and tie them into the drainage system that's out in Brookdale. That drainage system was installed as part of the original approval for the site. Let's also expand his driveway to provide himself a little more parking area. In general, complete the lawn area and grade it out properly, fine grade it, and get it seeded and established and whatnot. I mean, we're not going to be doing that now, but in the near future, hopefully within the next 3 months, he'll be able to get to that.
Are you talking about a whole new site plan?
What's that?
It sounds like you're talking about a whole new site plan from what he got. Where did he get the site plan from?
We put together a site plan, Alice, which we submitted. I could bring it up if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And can you just, while you're bringing it up, or maybe one of our department heads can let us know. So I just want to make sure we're straight on this, because there was a stop work order issued in August.
Right.
So, but I'm still unclear though, because if a stop work order was issued, but a permit was issued prior, can you just walk me through that again?
I can give you a little bit of background here. Originally, we were contacted for a tree removal permit.
Okay.
And the bulk of the trees that he wanted to remove were on the left side of the house. And a permit was granted for 77 trees to be removed with no ground disturbance. The trees were to be removed to grade. Now,
when was that tree permit issued?
I believe that was in May of 2020.
Okay. Yep, May.
So we at the time that the Mr. Almeida had hired a tree company, we were working with that tree company, and we had asked, what was the reason for all these trees to be removed. And we understood, he has young children, that he was concerned about some of the trees, and a lot of the trees were smaller, so they weren't all regulated trees, which would be 8 inches and above. Be that as it may, the trees were removed. That permit was closed back in May of 2020. But then more work was done on the property, and that was the subject of a stop work order issued in August. Now, basically, the entire site had been disturbed at that point. So the tree stumps had been removed, and the areas were being regraded to level the property. So basically, he would have more usable land. And that was done to the left of the house and to the right of the house. And I think Joe mentioned the wetlands on this property are to the right of the house.
Right here.
And there was a very small disturbance of the wetland for the original house construction. And then the house itself was built in the 100-foot buffer area. So, the work that was done to the right of the house basically, damaged the wetlands. It damaged the drainage ditch that runs along Brookdale Street. And the drainage pipes that Joe alluded to from the rear properties, the water that used to run into the wetland area was rerouted. And so the wetlands were basically drying out for the last 2-3 months here. And so we would like to see, as part of this new site plan, where he's trying to ask for permission to authorize what was already done and to do ultimately, I guess, some retaining walls and some more leveling of the property. Some plan to restore the wetland to the right of the property.
Agreed.
So we did prepare a review memo, and that was one of our comments.
I know that's, we've heard from several of the residents over there, specifically on that side of the house, who are not appreciative of the current state that it was left in. And so I think restoration is understood.
This was a too small part, parcel making it to one, right? Is this the same property?
Yes,
Brookdale?
there were a couple of tax lots additional.
Yeah, there's
were
a
assembled
was there before.
this development site.
So essentially, the wetlands permit is for the work that's already been done.
Yes, and also, and again, this is where I mentioned before, I'm realizing as I was writing up my notes here, that in the request for the wetland permit, so the drainage work that we're looking to do along the rear property line here, picking up these pipes and putting them into a level spreader here, and these retaining walls in the front here, as well as this work in the front of the house, is all within the buffer. So that I should have looped that, included that in the wetland permit portion. So not only is that covered as part of the excavation permit and the stormwater permit, but it's also part of the wetland permit.
Joe, have you looped Conservation Board into this as well?
I'm sorry, Alice, I didn't hear what you said.
Have you talked to anyone on the Conservation Board?
No, Alice, this is the first meeting we've had on this.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
I think we need to refer this out.
Oh, absolutely, it needs to be referred out. And I know that residents, like I said, there are neighbors who want to also provide their input as well as what they would see to be part of the remediation plan. So I think we need to afford them that opportunity. So let's make a motion for the clerk to refer out to all necessary agencies, and then we'll set a public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And just to help the clerk, I think that was Councilman Lachterman with the first and Councilman Roker with the second. Okay?
Thank you both. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Almeida.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have Mr. Grace back?
Yes, I don't know if I'm unmuted.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
You're there.
Clear.
Damn it, you figured it out.
Okay, so this is in regards to the Sarlo property, 675 Sawmill River Road. This is a ZBA referral for a special use permit. I believe when we left off this conversation, we're on the same page here? I know it's late.
Yeah.
When we left off on the conversation, I said I wanted to do a site visit. I know I think there were a few other board members who wanted to revisit. I did visit the site with John Tegeder. We went through it. I don't know if any of the board members have returned.
I did.
I did not, but I remember it very well.
Okay. Mr. Grace, anything that you want to add or present?
No, look, it's essentially a very high bar to get a special use permit. It's almost akin to a use variance. With that understood, that's why I basically thought it would be prudent for you guys to visit the site. And I don't think that the site is really incompatible with what the applicant is looking to do. It is a use that is very desperately needed around here, as there is very little, if any, areas to do this type of outdoor storage. I wish I would have accompanied you to the site visit, but I think that if you did notice, it's a very well kept and organized site. And I think the only real objection, if any, should be from DEP. And my understanding is that they don't have strong objections to it. it doesn't fit nicely into any of the code provisions. I understand that, and that's why it's a bar set high for the applicant. But I think that again, it is a much needed use in the town. So I really just kind of with my hat in my hand trying to beg the board to see if they can get behind some type of relief so that use can continue and maybe very well monitored to address any other concerns that the board may have. So I'm just trying to get a feedback from you guys as to where we're going with this, and if there's a possibility to do something along the lines of what he's asking for.
John Landy, any comments from your standpoint?
No, I have no objections to this.
I have a question.
Yes,
Michael,
Councilman.
in 2019, everyone that responded talked about you're getting approval from the DEP. Have you done that yet?
I may be unmuted, but I can't understand the word you said, Alice. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize. I said, have you gotten any approval from the DEP?
No, and these are one of these applications. What's the cart and what's the horse? I think it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend a lot of time and energy in front of the DEP if the town is just not compatible to use. Understanding that it really, it doesn't necessarily fit.
I can't hear you. You're garbled.
Oh God, it doesn't fit into any of the code provisions very well. So it really begins. The initial, I think, inquiry here is rather than go through a lot of procedures with the DEP, is to really get the temperature of the board and the town on this one.
I've been up there, and I think my concern was that the DEP would have issues with that. John, have you been up to the site?
John, which John? We've got two with us right now. Tegeder, yeah. John and I went up together.
Let's talk about it.
Talk about the site?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a lot of stuff being stored there. That was my first question.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff there.
A lot of stuff up there.
I'm not sure I fully understand what's supposed to, what is being proposed. It appeared to me, just from a practical standpoint, it appeared to me that there was a lot of equipment that is not regularly used. It also seemed as though, there was, maybe they're using them as, stormwater measures in some manner of some berms. Some of the berms were made with logs, not sure exactly whether there's rhyme or reason to it. So, if anything at all went forward on this, I think it definitely could stand some type of cleanup at the very least. And, that any approval, if at all, would have some tight conditions on it in terms of how it's used.
When the owner met with us, I thought he spoke about, Tommy, I'm going to ask you to remember, about allowing trucks to park on his property.
Yeah, and I think we left him at that point with the thought of going to the DEC first, just to find out if there was going to be what their thought was on it, because you had trucks up there, you had fertilizer, you had diesel fuel, and so on. I don't know if they've done anything different since then.
If I may, I couldn't agree more with John Tegeder on this one. I think we have a threshold issue as to whether or not it's something that you would be comfortable with on the use, which would be outdoor storage. I think there's some organic waste being processed there, and these vehicles. But I think you'd have to, and I don't think it's a bad spot because it's fairly well hidden. And it's a use in very high demand around here because there's very little of it.
Right.
But I think that, and I think you can make it work, but you're going to have to, I think he's going to have to be under some, tight conditions and restrictions as to how to make it work. And I think that if the board would be amenable to the idea of allowing the use, I certainly will then stress to my client to make the investment in creating a really palatable site plan for everyone. But if it's one of these things. Look, the code doesn't really allow it, so it's a stretch. So if the board is disinclined, there's nothing else to talk about. But if the board has some feeling that it may be worthwhile to pursue, I think we could I think my client, in conjunction with the town, can really make it work, and then provide a much necessary service in the town, because it's desperately needed.
He's a very nice gentleman.
To control it, to control what's going on up there and keep a close eye on it.
John, I don't think that's our job. I think it's DEP's job. It's their reservoir that's right there.
Yep.
And I think it's up to them.
Yeah, all right. So if I can appease whatever objections or concerns the DEP would have, then you guys consider, allowing some kind of a relief to let it go ahead, because then I'll pursue it that way. I have no problem doing. I just you got to understand, what becomes difficult with these types of applications is who do you go to first, and if you're going to get shut down, you might as well get shut down early in the process rather than spending a lot of time and money on it.
Michael, I think that's something that was just said before. When we left him the last time, we were amenable to doing something if DEP didn't have a problem.
Okay,
So,
I came in. I'm late to this application in the sense that I know he pursued it on his own in conjunction with Joe Rena. I think the idea was from a legal point of view, it was an uphill climb. I don't know if I can help that, but
question. What would the difference be if he owned and lived on that property and owned a business where he brought his trucks home?
Alice, it's really not a use that's allowed.
Okay.
Quite frankly, it's just not. He has this pre-existing non-conforming multifamily house on one of those lots there. These are two residential lots that could, I guess, theoretically support single-family homes. I don't know whether that is a more attractive or less attractive use for the purposes of DEP. I think it just became maybe habitual that he put stuff back there because nobody really cared, and he had this multifamily house there, so maybe he could put it under the guise of that use, parking vehicles. There also is this issue as to whether or not you need the main use to have the accessory use, and that's a debate that I've been having with the ZBA for decades now. All that aside, I to be perfectly frank with all of you, it's a use that's, essentially in front of the ZBA, it would be akin to getting a use variance. In front of the town board, if the town board was amenable to it, then it may be something in between getting a use variance and maybe some type of a zoning amendment or taking a look at it. It is something that is again, it's a use that is rare. It's almost non-existent in the town because we kind of the town code kind of eliminates it completely.
That property is in one of my favorite districts, the country commercial, and that happens to be a beautiful district. And so the idea of looking at a lot of big trucks parked there, I don't know.
Well,
John, you've been trying to John Tegeder. What do you got, John?
No, I'm just going to reiterate, and I think this is on its face. Everyone understands this, but I mean, the problem you have, it's not allowed in the zone, and
Right.
you have to think about the precedent that you would set.
Yeah.
And you also have to think about, in terms of going to the DEP, that's a procedural conundrum there. DEP, I don't think, is going to be really into telling you much without a real application. And I don't think they're going to field a real application without the municipality having an application in front of them. So, I mean, you end up with this, chicken and egg situation. So since it's not allowed in the zone, I don't know how you take an application in order to enter secret to refer it to DEP. And I don't think DEP is going to give you really too much without, that type of formal referral. So, just procedurally, it's difficult.
John, you're 100% right. It's very difficult to move this thing along, given its present zoning designation. But it really is going to take it. Again, I think the threshold question is does the board feel that this may be something that they'd be comfortable with? I think as far as setting precedents for the future, there's enough distinguishing characteristics of this property that can easily distinguish it from any, so that it won't be presidential setting in terms of whatever you do. Again, I think you have to take cognizance of the fact that this type of ability to store some vehicles it does not exist in town, period, anywhere. And we've constantly had this battle, John, with do you need? I know I've got somebody else looking for doing something like that.
These are not his vehicles, Michael.
What?
These are not his vehicles.
Right. I mean, that's
he's allowing them to stay there so he can get money. So let's not associate that these are his vehicles.
No, I don't think I said that they ever were. The third parties, absolutely third parties.
Yeah, I didn't get that implication.
The issue that you have in town all the time is that you don't have you can do outdoor storage as an accessory use, so you got to put up a structure. So when you get these vacant lots or vacant areas where they actually can accommodate this type of storage, you actually have to put the building up before you can do the storage. And we always kind of, with the ZBA, you always have go around in this circular argument. I have to put, I can put up a 10 by 10 shed and then I can park, but without the 10 by 10 shed, I can't park. It doesn't make sense. I think, again, the threshold is if you're comfortable with it, we will move ahead. I think we can make it work because I think based upon the unique characteristics of this property, you could make it really work. You can make it work. And it has been working because it was under the radar until I guess somebody must have, a neighbor or somebody complained. Other than that, nobody would have known it even existed. So it can work.
Neighbor complained.
John, are there other country commercial zones? I'm just on a precedent setting standpoint. Are there other country commercial zones that you foresee similar applications could be submitted for?
Well, all around Lake Osceola is country commercial, and you already have a couple of properties up there that have been problem properties that are doing just that, and they're operating outside of our code. And so that, this precedent would pave the way for them to use that legally and long term. And I don't know, I'm not talking about this property. In terms of Lake Osceola, I don't know if that's where you want to take it.
Right.
That's one of the dangers. So.
Right, and I think one of the solutions, which may you want to put on the table, is that you may want to amend your schedule of regulations to allow this to happen somewhere in town, rather than basically it not being allowed anywhere in town, which is kind of what you have right now. I don't think this is a country commercial zone where the country commercial, I think, is along 129. This is property that is, I think, set back from the country commercial. So my belief is that it's an R zone, just residential.
It's still the same, still the same concern, right? I mean, whether it's country commercial or residential.
Absolutely, no question. The ideal situation would be to amend the schedule of regulations to see where this may be compatible in the town, because it's no different than what you're doing with the overlays. You have to, if you don't start having some flexibility in your code, you basically preclude, some of the things that you actually need.
Why would you want to put that kind of use in a country commercial district?
I don't, Alice. I don't think you would, and I think that basically what you're dealing with is there's certain properties that don't lend themselves to anything. And it really is the case. I mean, I wanted to talk to you guys 5 minutes about a piece of property up in Mohegan Lake. It's commercially zoned, but should be residential because it's not going to ever be developed. You basically sterilize a property by zoning it what it is. And this is one of these pieces that basically becomes sterilized. There's really nothing you're ever going to do with it. And it's vacant land, and it can be put to constructive use without any much adverse impact to anybody. So and you have somebody that's willing to do it and maybe make improvements on it rather than let it just be fallow, like fallow. So but it takes, this is, it's real easy to say no, and you can do it in 5 seconds, and you can do it justifiably.
What is this other property zoned?
This property, I think, is zoned R180. I think it's 2 acre zoning along and the country commercial in front. Because I said that's the restaurant that's old Nadine's. Is it Nadine's? The German restaurant.
Yeah.
Jennifer.
But Jennifer, you got
Nadine's now. Huh.
Yeah. So you have, it's just making a threshold determination as to whether. And I think that's really what it comes down to. There's nothing else. Because saying no is the easiest route to go here, and quite frankly, when I consult my clients, I tell them the bar is set very high to get past that. And so would I have taken them on as a client other than think, well, you know what, I know the town well enough to say it's not a bad idea. It really isn't a bad idea on a use that's much desperately needed. So it's one of these things where you want to take it on, or you don't want to take it on. If you don't want to take it on, a quick no is what I can tell them. But I think the more we would ask that you take give it some serious thought. And you don't have to do it right now. It's late. You got a long meeting. So whatever you want to do is fine by me. You got time to think about it. It's fine. It's great. We want us to come back and tighten it up a little bit. You want us to come back up in discussion with DEC if that's possible without a formal application before you. It's just, or if it's just going to be an out and out no, then just let me,
Can I tell you something? Yes, it's no, it's not easy for me. Okay, that may be for you. It's easy, not easy for me. We met your client. We liked him.
Yeah, good guy, hardworking guy. I appreciate that, Alex.
But that property, when we went up there, I kind of was horrified that it's such beautiful property, and it really needed to be. It was really ugly, and I remember saying to him, "You're lucky DEP hasn't come up here."
Yeah, it's funny though. To that point, you have DOT using the corner of 129 and 100 as an organic waste storage site.
Well, don't they own that property?
When I was supervisor, we were after them to clean that corner up. And they clean it up, and then they dump more crap there, and they constantly do it. And that's much more proximate to the water than anything that he does. But yeah, and what I'm trying to understand is the concept should not be.
John Landy, Alice, or who?
No, it's John Landy. If he's Michael, who did you send out there to have DOT clean up the corner?
I'm sorry, Alex. I'm really I can't. I don't know what it is.
Who'd you send out to clean up the corner, Mike? Was it
we leaned on
building? Was it code enforcement to clean up the DOT organic waste?
Well, it's tough because you got to get the state to do it. So we leaned heavily on them. Okay. We finally got them to come down with a chipper, and they chipped it all up. It started to go away, and then it came back. It came back again.
Yeah, I don't know if I have the authority to push the state to do that, Matt.
No, I know that, but forget that whole conversation. But the thing I think is interesting is it's one of two things. So either the state's saying it's okay to do that in the proximity to the water, But at the same time, they're not storing trucks there. They're not storing vehicles there.
It's logs. It's
Right.
from trees.
Organic waste, which I don't think I would have. I don't personally think I have a problem with. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about trucks. So
Yeah,
it's
but the trucks,
it's different.
I think the,
apples and oranges.
I would argue the trucks are more benign than the organic waste. And because that's it, you know, I think that they're absolutely benign. And I think DEP would probably agree with that.
Okay. I mean, I can personally say I'd feel more comfortable if we had some kind of direction from DEP. I mean,
But
that's,
I will make the effort to do that and get something back from them. I don't want to be taking the wicked witch's broom, so to speak.
no, I get it. I mean, I don't necessarily
I want to come back and say, well, you know,
more benign than waste yard, but I just think that DEPs kind of have to weigh in, you know, to give us some
Absolutely.
direction.
All right, well, if I read you correctly, and tell me if I'm wrong, at least you're open to further discussion on this, pending what DEP may come back with. Because if that's the case, I will. That's fine by me. That's I think.
What's that, Alice?
I said I didn't say that. You said that.
No, I know. I'm trying to get it. You know.
I mean, honestly, I don't see the board jumping up and down saying they want to do it, and I know it's hard to say. To I think Councilwoman Roker's point, I don't think that it's necessarily easy to say no. Because we don't like saying no to a resident. But I don't see the board jumping up and down considering the obstacles that have been put forward and considering, you know, what the application is. Unless I'm trying to read the board just as you are, but I don't see anyone.
You know, I gotta say that there is no that type. What he's doing there now, of course, you know, without permit, etc., is something that is needed in town. Is that the right place? I don't know. I think it would need to be neatened up. I mean, we're getting after the person who owns where the battery storage is going to be, to neaten up that particular area with the Highline trucks that are there and so forth. And I don't recall exactly what that's classified now. I know it was commercial, then it became office, and now I don't know where it's at. But anyway, you know, I don't know. It's hard to find commercial parking. Actually, that place is far enough off the road where you never really see it from the road, but it does border a reservoir. So it's a balancing act. But you know what? We could monitor it, and
who's going to monitor that, Ed? I mean, Tommy.
Well, I
think you, as far as policing something that you approved is always, you know, I mean, you have to do that every time you approve something. So it's nothing unique. And there's certainly all sorts of safeguards you can put in place. I mean, that's not an issue. It really is. That's not. I mean, it's not an issue, especially since, you know, I think you would probably, put some conditions on there that would have to be strictly followed, and we do it all the time.
Right,
we
but
do it all.
It still comes down to the enforcement, and that's still, I think.
You said something that I'm very curious about. Why are commercial parking spaces in Yorktown?
I'm sorry.
Why are there no commercial parking spaces in Yorktown?
Why are there no commercial
parking spaces in Yorktown?
Because your code doesn't really provide for it. You have, if I have a business and I have a commercial vehicle, I can have one on my property. We had the Fryhopper's trucks basically around the corner from where you used to live, Alice. The guy with the Fryhopper truck.
Right, exactly.
There was just a Fryhopper truck in his driveway. You know, there's a guy that did sanded floors in Mohegan. Everybody chases them out because they don't want to wake up and look and see a commercial vehicle parked in a residential neighborhood. So you ban them from there. You have an outdoor storage for vehicles section, special use permit in your code, which is very, it's just a couple of sentences, which really doesn't say anything. And I think it's only allowed in a C3 and C4. And then you get into the situation where you do have outdoor storage, as long as you have a main use. So you have to actually build the building to park the vehicles rather than park, so the code, the language of the code is just doesn't allow it. And nobody really addressed it because of the obvious. It's not pretty. So you have to, so what do you, but you, and it used, look, we were an agricultural based town at one point where all these, that was the normal thing, having tractors and pickups and all that all over the place. That's changed. So now you have a suburban flavored town where everybody frowns on this stuff. But people need their lawns cut, their trees taken down, and they need the contractors to show up to clean the stuff up and blah, 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 and all that stuff. So you need, and these guys, so it's just, the code doesn't provide for it in short, and may be something that you need to look at because it is a desperately needed use.
But
Right.
you can do that on a commercial zone, in an industrial zone.
Only with the main use.
But
right, if you have a warehouse or something.
Right.
So
you need the main. You need the main use.
Okay.
Yeah, the exception.
Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
The code doesn't allow for outdoor storage of vehicles without a main use, except for special codes.
So the main issue is a theoretical one.
I agree.
Does the board want to allow, as a main use, the storage of equipment and/or the parking of cars as a single main use with no other uses? And do they want to allow that in residential zones? I mean, that's the question here. It's not necessarily about cleaning it up and monitoring. That's practical. That comes after the question that, that after you get to the answering the question of this land use issue. So.
Yeah, John, I agree with you, and I don't know that you have to, I don't know you have to frame it as being residential zones, because you can zone properties, you can do different zoning designations or actually create, a special use section that would allow it with certain requirements of, in terms of the property itself. So I know you had some stuff up at around Osceola Lake off the 6th End. There was an issue up there, right? And
that's
what
still,
do you?
and it's not really not allowed. Not allowed.
Yeah, and what do you?
What
do you have?
Something's not allowed. Do we just go? Okay, you can stay.
No, we have to.
No. Yeah, what about the golf range off of Lex? Didn't they come in for the storage of vehicles all through there?
Yes. And so they're doing what you described before. They're establishing a main use by putting an office there, and so the parking, they'll have a little accounting office as they described it, and then they'll have a 700-car parking lot.
I know that's what, but that's
accessory to that.
You got to understand that
that was denied by me, John. I did not allow that as an accessory use for that.
Yeah, it was before the planning board. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but that's the absurd. That's really what the absurd consequences of the present code. So I put up a 10-by-10 office, and then I get all the parking I want. Oh, I was saying, it's.
I mean, you can do it by special permit in certain zones.
Yeah, but
that's absurd.
I don't. Look, it's a long night for you guys, and I don't want to beat this dead horse. I think it's something that again, if you're not adverse to it, then I think there's room for further discussion, and that discussion can be go to DEP, get the feeling from them, and then maybe we can fashion a special use permit section that can allow this, because it's something
I think the way that John Tegeder described it, though, is the first question the board needs to answer. Do you want to set a precedent that allows this type of storage in residential zones? That's the first question the board has to answer.
Yeah, and I'm saying that
I already answered it for him.
You put it that way, the answer is completely no.
Right. That's the first question that
other than
the board has to answer. I mean, and I don't see anyone jumping up and down saying, yeah, that's a great idea.
No, it's not. It's not. See, I think you have to, because it doesn't.
That it's not.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I think you got.
The
I think
next
you got your answer, but I think, if you really wanted to push it and try to get DEP to say otherwise, that they're fine with it. But then, you get to the practical standpoint of who's going to do the soil testing. I mean, again, the difference between organic and automotive is automotive leaks, and they're not leaking organic material. They're leaking oil and other items that are coming out of their trucks and engines that, is DEP going to say no problem? We're going to, I'm sure.
I don't think so. I don't think.
The question becomes, do we want to permit it as a special use in the country commercial zone?
Or
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Or Alice, even or just as a special use permit that has to meet certain criteria, notwithstanding what the underlying zoning is. Because you have these odd situations and odd lots that don't get developed for anything, can't be developed because they're they're basically been sterilized by the code or some regulation, and may lend itself to this type of thing. So, and it may, it doesn't have to be a vast. It could be, look, if I have 5 vehicles, it may be, that's all you allow. That's fine. But it's not going to be 160 vehicles. It may be. So it's just that to blanketly just disallow it isn't a wise thing either. And so all I'm saying is, if I can get you to be open-minded about it, but you have to recognize that it's an issue in town that needs to be addressed. But if you don't want to address it, then the answer is no again. If you ask me, storage of commercial vehicles in the residential zone, the answer is going to be no, and you should say no. I don't think that. So it's the way you frame the question. And if you frame it that way, then I just tell my clients forget it.
So what are we saying, to rezone this, Michael, into a country commercial type of thing?
Well, I think
it already is.
No, I think what you've got to look at is you get one of these applications all the time, and you're going to get more of them because this is what it's going to happen. So the thing is, do you start to address this problem, or you just push it off? You just say, forget it. We're really not going to allow it in the town. And the only way you're going to allow it, I mean, you've got the Kia. They went out. They're not coming tonight, so that's basic, right?
Michael, can we talk at some point? I want to ask you a question, but I don't want to ask it in public. I have a question because I asked this question of your client, and I want you to answer it for me, and I don't want to.
All right, listen, I think Mike, you're muted. I don't know how. Mike, I think bottom line is that I don't think the board's ready to make a decision on this one way or the other. I guess the board doesn't. Do we want to kick it? I want to hear from the board.
Yeah, well, what I was trying to say is, the problem that Michael spoke about has already come up in different areas, and I think the most recent was the YorkTown garden supply, and there was issues with the parking there, and neighbors, there was a truck with a different logo on it, which was the same company per se, and it was all a disaster, and we all know that was an ongoing thing. So I think there really is a definite shortage. I think that you don't want to set the precedence, but I don't think that a special use permit is uncalled for. I remember going to the site. It's very well screened. It had a lot of crap all over the place, so that needed to be cleaned up. And you know what? If DEP didn't have a problem with it, I'd be willing to have the conversation to see what can move next. There's a definite need in our community. There are a lot of different companies, and I look at what was out on the streets in our in the storms and the tree services and everyone out there. I look at the fact that our state park is being used as a parking lot for Con Edison. So we can't pretend that this need isn't there and that our community doesn't need it.
Are you saying that we need to be able to meet all the needs of anybody who wants something?
No, but I'm thinking that we need to be able to meet the needs of our community, and having, having people that do tree work based out of Yorktown, rather than saying that them saying, gee, I can't park my vehicles there. I'm going to go to a different community, and
Where do they live? Michael, where does your owner live? Does he live in Yorktown?
You got muted. Is he muted?
he
Where
doesn't
does
know.
your owner live? Does he live in Yorktown? Because I think you're mixing apples and oranges.
Does the owner live in Yorktown? Does anyone know? No.
Well, no, Alice, I'm not. I know he's leasing the space, so it's
And
not.
they own the property.
Right, but it's the companies that want to be in Yorktown and operate that don't have a place to park, that are utilizing them, from what I understood when we went there on our site visit.
Yes, but the question becomes is every time somebody needs something, do we have to fulfill it, that need?
Not if it's not for the good of the town.
Well, in order to know what the good of the town is, you want to put this in a district where it's not approved, then you would have to do a whole new study on and as to whether or not how it would affect that district. It's not as simple as you think it is.
I understand that.
I know. Enough for enough. Trucks don't offend me. It's just not a it's just not a clear cut and dry area, as Michael has said. And there is a definite need for it. I mean, I can't park my stuff in Yorktown. I've lived here my whole life. So there is a need for it. How do we apply that need and to where it should go? I'm not certain.
John, I don't mean to cut you off, Tommy, but what about when you're thinking about where those types of parking could be? I mean, are you thinking like someplace like Front Street?
Ooh, are you talking to me or John?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm back again. I don't know. Now it unmuted. It seems like when I put it on my phone, it's unmuted on the computer. So I'm sorry, Alice. I don't believe he's a resident, but he does own those 3 parcels down there. So he is a Yorktown taxpayer, and I always think that you got to be careful about residents different than non-residents. He's a taxpayer.
No. What I meant by that was you are absolutely right. When I lived off of Pro Hill Road, there was a gentleman who brought his truck home, and I don't think neighbors had any problems with it. What we're trying to wrestle with right now is you want to create a use in a zone where there is not that use,
right?
And you want us to say okay, and it's actually at the top of a reservoir. John, where's John Landy? Where do you go? I know John Landy said he doesn't mind. I do mind. Michael, when you were town attorney, you taught me a lot of stuff.
It's Allison. I didn't mean that I don't mind it. It's just I thought it would be a better way to control it. It's been a mess up there for years. We've been trying to get it cleaned up, and we can keep a better eye on it. That's all I meant.
I understand John Landy's point about regulating it. It's just I just don't think it's the appropriate place for it.
How do we regulate it when John Tegeder just told us there are places up in Jefferson Valley where it shouldn't be? So we're not regulating anything.
But that goes back to what I was trying to say earlier. So if we are recognizing the fact that there's a lack of parking for these commercial vehicles, and that's what I was trying to get to earlier. If we're going to go and try to look at a place like Front Street, is that an appropriate place to allow commercial vehicle parking? They already have the school buses there. So
I would agree.
Why wouldn't we just write that? Why wouldn't we just write that in and provide a corridor that we're comfortable with? And that Front Street corridor obviously is much different than where this proposal is for obvious.
Yeah, and I would take exception to that. I think that's exactly what you wouldn't do. The outdoor storage of the buses on Front Street is what causes Front Street to look like crap. You know, when you go further down Front Street, it looks really nice. So the thing is, what I'm saying, it's not necessarily the use; it's how it's put, how it's executed. That's really the issue.
I agree
and
with
his property.
It's a valid point.
His property, execute that use on his property is absolutely benign because it's so well covered, so well camouflaged, so in the background that it really actually is. It actually makes sense there. It's off the beaten path. It affects nobody. Only thing that you have to worry about is DEP. If DEP's okay with it, we should all be okay with it. Front Street, on the other hand, I think you'd want to trend it towards in another direction rather than having that. So
I'm just again, I was just trying to say that if we're recognizing a shortage, to try to find the areas that we would want to allow it. Now, I recognize your point, and I think it's valid, but I think ultimately, from my standpoint, it comes down to DEP.
All right. Well, let me, because guys, you know what? I've done these late meetings, and there's only so much the human mind can absorb it.
Yeah, you're right.
Let me explore, at least kick the tires with DEP and find out whether if it's completely out of the question with them, then it should be out of the question with you. No question about it. If they're amenable to it or they're open-minded to it, all I would be asking you guys to do is be open-minded about it as well. And I think you have enough creative minds where we can, the town can look at this issue and really create a statutory framework where this could be done, notwithstanding the underlying zoning, but it would have to be tied to the property and the characteristics of the property, rather than the underlying zoning. And I think all right. So can I leave it at that? And
sounds fair.
All right. I got one. So. All right. Alice, I know you're just trying to gauge your comfort level with that.
Michael, I'm never, I think you're a great guy, but I'm not sure that the country commercial district is where we need to do this.
I don't disagree with you, Alice, but I'm saying move away from the zoning, the specific. I think you create a statute where the characteristic of the property, notwithstanding.
No, I agree with you. Now that I would agree.
Okay. All right. So
and maybe it's something the town's got to look at if the board want to do that.
Yeah, and I just appreciate just the open-minded. Just give me a shot to if I convince you guys to be open-minded about it, I'll give it a shot. And I absolutely respect everything you guys say because. Believe me, it's a problematic issue, and it can become potentially an eyesore and hazard and everything else. You don't want that. You don't want it anywhere. I understand that.
You still live on Hanover?
Am I still up there? Yeah.
Well, next thing I know, you want to come and say, well, can they park those trucks up in my driveway where
I got. You can't talk to me about parking cars on property because I have to.
You absolutely don't see anything from the roadway at your house.
I've got my property slopes down. I've got a barn back in the back, and I've got cars in the barn, and I'm happy down there. I'm getting to the age where I maybe stay down there and make birdhouses all day.
It's a great house.
There's a need for that too, Mike.
I know.
What?
I appreciate your time, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Good night, Michael.
Night.
All right. Be good. Take care. I'll talk to you
All right.
soon.
Let's go to our last item, and that's Mr. Tegeder and Robin Steinberg. Sorry again for the lateness of the hour. And John, you've created. We talked about this with the board in the past, and that's on-call services for traffic engineer and environmental consultant.
That's right, and I sent both of them to you, so you should have both of them.
Yep.
Okay, so let's take the traffic one first. And I'm really gonna talk about kind of the meat and potatoes of it. All of the rest of the nuts and bolts are there for you to look at.
Yep.
I will say that I think Adam worked on with Diana another RFP for traffic consultant, and they had a whole host of general requirements, which I've incorporated into this. It's at the end. But what I want to talk about is the tasks that I'm asking for the prospective consultants to fill.
Yep.
And there's 3 of them for the traffic consultant. There's task 1, which is titled Development Application Review. And basically that is applicant comes in, has a project. It's a type of project that they understand that they should have their own traffic consultant. And we then engage this traffic consultant to review that traffic report that they do.
Yeah.
Okay. The second one is similar to that, except that the applicant in this case, and along with the type of development doesn't necessarily care or want to get their own traffic consultant. And in this case, we ask our traffic consultant to look at the traffic conditions of that application, and in some cases even ask them to do the data collection, such as trip generation and so on and so forth. So in other words, our consultant in these cases can evaluate traffic from very broad-based level of what the type of use is, what that type of use generates, what they believe how it would impact the network around them, all the way up to producing an actual analysis, which would be doing some data collection, taking counts, and then doing a real analysis. It can be a range between there, depending on the project. The third one is entitled Transportation Planning, which in this case, if the town has their own projects, own sponsored projects, mini master plan, an area plan, the triangle intersection, and they need a traffic consultant to evaluate intersections around town, that is the section under which they would do that. So, and in that case, it's really transportation planning. It's not necessarily development related traffic analysis.
Tommy needs a person as well.
Yeah.
Tommy, Diana. Tommy.
Yes.
You need a traffic consultant as well for the areas that you really need someone to look at in terms of, like, say, like Alex Mill.
For the Traffic and Safety Committee.
Well, yeah, we could use, could always use that for like you say, for Alex Mill, for stop signs, for this, for that, there's a bunch of places I'd love to have rotaries. What do they call them? Not rotaries, but
yeah,
oh god, roundabouts.
They are called rotaries too.
Yeah, and in Massachusetts, I think they call them rotaries. But the rest,
they're roundabouts, right?
Yeah.
I think they're very safe.
Yeah, they are very safe. I mean, you look at a place like East Main Street in Shrubwalk, where we want to put a traffic light. A roundabout would be good there. Down the center of town, there's several places you think of right off the top of your head that a traffic consultant has or could, come across with a plan for something like that. I don't know if they're any more cost effective than a traffic light, or if they or if they cost more or less, or what it may be. But I think it would be a great asset to have a traffic consultant.
Clearly, there's a need, without a doubt.
Yep.
Clearly a need, and we saw that. I say again with that gas station approval that we went through, John, up on Barger.
Yeah.
No.
Barger.
That's right.
Barger. Up on Barger Street. That's the thing I keep going back to. And it would have been just so much easier for John if we had this in place. So
I agree.
I think it's important. So John, I think it's well done.
Okay. And just a note that in here it is proposed to be administered by planning department or the engineering department.
Okay.
So both departments can, I'm anticipating that Michael Quinn in the town engineer's office would have some spotty need as he goes through. Maybe he won't, but it's in there for him.
Okay.
And if you want to add, if you want to add in, sorry, Alice.
You need a vote to send it out?
We can do it. We can make a motion to authorize the. Di, what do you need? No, a motion to authorize the RFP?
As town clerk to advertise the RFP for law services.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Roker. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right. Let's go on to the last one.
Last one is environmental, and you've probably recognized this one, but I'm going to do the same thing. I have it broken into 3 tasks. The first one is wetland delineation. Now I know that engineering can do that. They have been doing that. Planning board will need that for their projects, so that is in there. If the engineering department wants to avail themselves of this consultant, they can also do that, because as in the last one, they are included as one of the bodies that administrates these contracts.
Okay.
The second task is wetland mitigation evaluation. So, for instance, if you have 1875 Brookdale, you'll bring in the consultant. He'll look at the mitigation plan for whatever wetland mitigation they need to do for the disturbance that they did. We'll get a professional going to toe-to-toe with the other professional on the other side of the table. And task 3 is in the case when you have bigger projects on vacant land in which you may have some habitat or biodiversity issues, and you can ask your consultant to evaluate that. A lot of utility here for both planning board and your board.
Excellent.
You know, I know there's a direction that we're looking at this point in time. Do we have to pick from an RFP, or can we just send it out to get an idea what the cost is going to be?
Well, go ahead, Matt. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead. You can speak.
Well, the section in here, both in the general requirements and in a couple pages down from where I've been talking about, it gives you the right to reject all RFPs that you get.
Mm-hmm.
You're not obligated to select any. You're not obligated to select the lowest bidder. You can select portions of their proposal, and you can select more than one. So as it's written, you can select them or not. You can select portions of them. I don't know if that answers your question, but and there's another, let me give you another part B to the answer, and maybe this will answer it. The other thing is that we have had RFPs such as this. We've gotten proposals on them. Tom, maybe you're asking, maybe we can just contact some people and see if they'll talk with us more informally. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so, because if we put this out in a formal bid at this point, it may not work in as far as the things that we have discussed in some closed session items.
Okay.
That's just my thought.
But, certainly what I could. I'm sorry, Alice.
I said, I understand, Tommy. You're right.
Yeah.
You know, if you wanted me to, certainly I could talk to the past respondees, if that is a word.
I like the word.
And just ask them, listen, you sent us a proposal on this RFP one time, how valid is it? What would you think in terms of updating it? Is it 10% more, 5% more?
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, why don't we do that on both cases for this point, not put it as an official RFP? Matt, you understand what I'm talking about?
I mean, if you really think that's the best course, I just want to make sure that we have the resources that we need. And I think it's important to have someone working for the town's best interest to make sure that the applications that are coming through are being reviewed properly. So that's all I think that's all we're trying to accomplish.
Oh, no, I understand. And I agree. But if we may be able to do something all encompassing.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about this offline.
Yeah.
John, can you hold back that one?
Of course.
Oh, are we okay going with the traffic consultant and we hold back the environmental?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy?
Right, Tommy?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. So then we'll table the environmental consultant for the time being, but we'll have an offline conversation about that. And then we have passed a resolution authorizing the town clerk to advertise for the traffic consultant.
Motion.
That was already done.
Second.
It was already done. We don't need, you
No.
don't need a motion. That was already taken care of.
I'm like, it's late.
I know. So let's entertain the final motion. I just want to thank everyone and apologize for the lateness of the hour. But we are done with new, unless John, is there anything else you wanted to add?
Not at this late hour, no, thank you.
Robin? Smart decisions. All right. Thank you very much. We'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Oh,
No, no, we're not done.
Please,
We're not
I'm
done.
sorry.
We got
Resolution.
Trying. See how fast I'm trying to get done? Resolutions.
Good night,
I
guys.
apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeez. Resolutions. We already passed the one from the town board. We're gonna pass a resolution, which is the energy efficiency and green procurement policy. This was brought to us by the Climate Smart Communities Task Force in December. We had discussed this and we worked with our comptroller to draft this. So we're gonna pass a resolution adopting the energy efficiency and green procurement policy. From building maintenance, let's see here. From building maintenance, it's a resolution extending the contract with Marshall Alarm Systems for the alarm monitoring services for town facilities through August 1st, 2021. We have transfers from the comptroller.
But don't we have the other one with regard to Hanover Electric?
Not that I have in my possession. I thought that one was taken care of. Was it not?
It's a building maintenance that you just spoke about. Annual
No,
maintenance
that was
contract.
another one.
We have alarm systems. Is there another one that I'm missing?
Yeah.
Maintenance contract for electric work.
I don't know why it's not here. All I have is Marshall Alarms.
I didn't get a Marshall Alarms. I don't know what version agenda I have.
That's in version 2. This is in version 1.
Oh.
So I'm sorry. Now I'm.
Can we read it to you, Michael? I mean, Matt, since you don't have it.
Yeah, please.
Be it resolved that the annual maintenance contract for electrical work on town buildings for the town of Yorktown is hereby extended for 1 year per the terms of the contract.
Yep, that's fine. I don't know why I don't have that. I apologize.
I don't have the Marshall Alarm.
Either.
Was that taken off?
I think that was in a later version.
Is that I don't know the later or the earlier version.
We got the earlier version.
Okay, all right. Marshall Alarms is fine.
Apologies to the board. I don't understand what happened there, but we have a resolution for Marshall Alarm and a resolution for Hanover Electric.
Yeah.
Contracts. We have a resolution authorizing the comptroller to process transfers from the 2020 budget as well as the 2021 budget. We have a resolution authorizing the comptroller to pay the cash value of unused time to Kyle Thornton. We have a resolution authorizing the comptroller to process a transfer from the 2020 budget regarding the Hunter Brook and 202 sewer extension and the Hunter Brook 202 sewer district.
Yeah.
That's actually on there twice. We have an authorization from the comptroller to process the following transfer budget from the 2020 budget. That's regarding the Kitchewan Water District. From the clerk's office, a resolution to adopt the retention and disposition scheduled for New York local government records LGS 1 revised by the state archives. Also to approve the garbage license for AAA Carting and Rubbish Removal, Inc. to service commercial properties in the town of Yorktown for the year of 2021. We have a resolution from the library authorizing the library director to sign an agreement with DP Wolf, Inc. And from the engineering department, a resolution for a bond release request for 1631 Central Street. Also a resolution for a bond release request for 680 Croton Lake Road. And the highway department, that the above listed vehicle be deemed obsolete and sold at auction by Absolute Auctions and Realty. And that has to do with the 1999 Ford 350.
So moved.
We have a motion made by Councilman Lachman. Do we have a second?
Second.
From Councilman Roker. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carry. I'm sorry, and we have one more that was handed to us from closed in regard to personnel. Be it resolved that Robert Alfano is hereby appointed Park Groundskeeper, Job Class Code 0288-05 within the Parks and Rec Department, effective January 1st, 2021, to be paid from the YorkTown CSEA Salary Schedule A, Group 10, Step 1, which is $54,539 annually. And be it resolved that this appointment is subject to a probationary period not less than 12 weeks, commencing on the first date of appointment, which is January 1st, 2021. And we have a motion from Councilman Lachman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Roker, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And now back to I'm sorry, Councilman Diana.
Did we do the resolution, or did I just miss it for Lou Mastro for his bond release?
Yes, we did.
Okay, all right. I just missed it then. Okay. And just before we adjourn, we have to we're gonna have to call the company in that takes care of our heating equipment. We've had 2 places that went down. Well, the town hall said they said in the middle of winter they couldn't get there till Thursday.
Yep.
Okay, to fix it. That's unacceptable.
I agree.
I don't know what they did with the police department, if anything. I guess they're going again because they're not frozen popsicles up there. But whoever we have, and I believe it's Peak Performance. Maybe the principal of that company needs to come in and talk to us about what is in his contract to do.
I agree.
I have no problem with that. We'll bring him in and have a conversation with him. Happy to
But
do it.
may we pull that contract if we can, just take a quick look at it. Maybe he's
Adam,
not required.
Adam, can you pull that? We lost Adam.
I can pull.
Okay.
Aye, thank you. Appreciate it.
All righty.
Motion.
Motion to close. Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
We gotta make sure the next time, we should adhere to the time, because sometimes it just goes on 15, 20 minutes and everybody's time cannot be wasted like this, Some of the time things are not really acceptable to go too long.
I understand that, Councilman.
Really important to extend it. No, just hang out like.
We have a motion to close. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.